mind. So I could clean the kitchen this morning and it stayed clean, right? Instead of the constant like mayhem. And I get it for one day.
Yeah.
2 minutes till meeting start, 1 minute till streaming start.
Langston has declared that no one should ever have to leave their house in the winter. And I don't disagree.
There is logic to that.
What's up, team? Hey, y'all.
What's up?
Idly ho.
Good to see you.
Mark Anthony, are you presiding today or is Elaine going to be calling in? Do you know?
I'll be presiding.
Okay.
So,
Streaming has started.
the candle from
1 minute till meeting start, 30 seconds till title sequence.
Good afternoon, all.
Hi there.
Title sequence is beginning. Title sequence
Recording
is
in
done.
progress.
Go ahead and start.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is January 20th, 1:00 p.m., 2022. I'd like to officially call to order this standing work session of the Durham City Council for purposes of conducting faithfully the business of the people of Durham. Friends, we ordinarily during our have a moment of silent meditation, but in this past week, the world was saddened to learn of the passing of an icon, a Durham bred and born icon. Today, on behalf of the mayor and the entire city, I want to pause for a moment to honor the life and legacy of one of Durham's most accomplished residents and citizens and sons, Andre Leon Talley, who ascended to the highest heights of the fashion world. If you've ever been in Mr. Talley's presence, you know he is a larger than life figure and just commands a room wherever he is. Graduate of Hillside High School, graduate of North Carolina Central University. I last saw him, I think it was 2019 at a function, a debut of a play at Hillside High School. And as always, his presence just commanded all of the attention in the room. We joined with millions of people around the world in profound sadness, but in celebration also of his life and of his legacy. And we are just as proud as we can be that no matter how high and how far he went, he never forgot Durham. He was one of our best brand ambassadors and repped for Durham, whether he was in Paris or Pittsburgh. I'm going to ask our government to pause and ask if you're watching to pause our city, to pause for just a few moments. We look forward in the very near future to formally honoring him. But in this meeting space today, I want to call his name, Andre Leon Talley, and ask that you would join me in a few moments of silence in celebration of his life. Thank you, Durham, and may you always stay fashionable. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor O'Neill has requested an excused absence today, and I'll continue with the roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I'm present.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman.
Present.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Reese.
Here.
And Councilmember Williams.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And let me say it's always good to see my honorable colleagues and welcome everyone who's joining us virtually today, watching, and for our staff that gets it done all the time. Thank you for helping us make this meeting happen successfully as you do over and over again. At this time, I'm going to turn to Madam Clerk. We did indeed grant Her Honor an excused absence at our last meeting, but thank you for reminding us. Mayor O'Neill is still in Washington at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and we certainly pray for a safe return to us. But we're going to get some good work done today on behalf of the city. We're going to turn to announcements by the council. I saw Councilmember Reese's hand go up and then Councilmember Johnson's hand go up, and I'll gladly yield at this time for council announcements. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. Appreciate that, and want to send Mayor O'Neill our best wishes as she's at that conference. I've been following along with a little bit of jealousy because they've had so many great speakers and presentations at that event. I know she's learning a lot and spreading the good news about Durham, and I look forward to seeing her back with us in the not too distant future. I just wanted to remind folks who may not have heard that Durham is expecting another blast of winter weather starting this evening and through the day tomorrow. Forecasts disagree about how serious it will be, but those of you who are DPS parents probably already know that our local school system has already canceled classes for tomorrow and announced that if they can't get the roads in good shape by Monday, that Monday will be a day of remote instruction. That is really a good news, bad news situation for kids like mine who would prefer to be in school as opposed to be at home. But in any event, I'm sure that our city staff and will be hard at work responding to the storm. I just wanted to mention it because I think Durham, by and large, did such a great job at responding to the last winter storm this past weekend. And I just wanted to remind people of the lessons that we learned from that, which is seriously, if the weather is bad, if conditions are icy and travel is risky, maybe don't. Maybe stay home and fire up some hot chocolate. There are lots of folks in our community who don't have the benefit of doing that. And so the more that those of us who can stay home do, the safer it is for those folks who absolutely have to be out there, like our first responders, like our city employees who are going to be responding to the weather event and other folks. I know we all saw footage of the tractor trailer that was catty corner off the side of the bridge here in Durham. We made national news for that, unfortunately. Just shows exactly why these kind of warnings go out every time there's a winter storm on the way. Seriously, if you can, stay home and make it safer for everyone else. But otherwise, if you're looking for bread and milk, it's probably already too late. So just batten down the hatches. All right, that's what I had. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I just had a couple quick announcements and requests. The first one is to ask for a thumbs up to bring a resolution in support of student loan forgiveness to our next work session, which would be, we've got a fifth Monday, so it's going to be that first, I can't pull up the calendar right now.
Maybe
The
it's the
10th, February 10th. We received a sample resolution from a resident with an interest in this issue. I'm also a resident with an interest in this issue, as I will next year celebrate my 20th anniversary of graduating from college, and I'm still in debt and will be in debt for at least another 10 to 15 years unless student loans are forgiven. I personally would benefit from this policy, but more importantly, so many people who have come up after me who have been saddled with thousands and thousands of dollars of student debt, and then gone to work in an economy that has been incredibly challenging for lots of the periods of time, and who were sold really dangerous bills of goods on their loans by their schools and by their loan providers, and are now being prevented from doing the things that the things that many of us look forward to in life, like buying a home, being able to provide for their kids. Student loan debt is a huge burden, which also disproportionately impacts people of color. So I would love to bring a resolution supporting efforts to forgive student loan debt to that February 10th work session, if folks feel like that's something we would like to consider.
Without objection, colleagues? I wish
Aye.
we could pass it today.
Right? Wish we could just sign that executive order ourselves.
Indeed. We'll make sure it's on the agenda for work. Go ahead, Councilmember Johnson.
My second issue is so when we at our last work session created a body of the council to continue to work on the NIS recommendations in response to the Bull City Tenants United resolutions. We formed a subcommittee. We need to decide when that subcommittee is going to meet. I thought it might be easiest to just do it in person, but since there's 4 of us, we can't do it in person outside of a public meeting. So if folks are okay at the end of this meeting, if we just take a minute to figure out what time that subcommittee could meet. Great. And then the last thing is thank you. The last thing is kind of just something to put on everybody's radar, and I'll follow up with the mayor about this as well. Durham Housing Authority recently signed several agreements with the development partners that are going to be working on some of the major sites in downtown. That's part of their downtown development project that was supported by the housing bond. That news release went out, I think, last week. It's really exciting to see, work beginning on those sites, including Fayette Place, which I know has had a lot of community interest, as well as some of the other downtown sites. The plans look really fabulous. But there's one kind of orange flag I want to bring to folks' attention, which is that the unit mix for these projects is not exactly what we would like, in that they're finding it very difficult to get builders who can provide units in the 60 to 80% AMI range. We've got a lot of units at 30, we've got a lot of units at 60, but our plan also includes a number of units at 80%. And because you can't get tax credits for those 80% units, the folks who we've partnered with have not been able to provide as many of those units as we would like. It's going to cost us more money in order to provide those 80% units. And I think we need to be thinking about how we might provide additional subsidy to Durham Housing Authority in the future to get that unit mix that we want. Right now, I think we're going to do great on those 30% units, which are so badly needed, especially in the downtown core, and tax credits for the 60% units seem to be coming through pretty well. But it's that 60 to 80% range where so many residents are located that's going to be tricky. And asking someone who's at 65% of AMI to pay a market rent is not going to work. So just something to put on everybody's radar that we're going to have to figure out if we want those 60 to 80% units, we are going to have to figure out some more sources of funding, either the city or other partners to come in to help provide those units. We're not going to get there with the strategy that we have now. And that's all I have to say. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I've added the discussion about a time for the subcommittee to meet on the other matters, and thank you so much for your admonition and caution about what's on the horizon in terms of that housing mix. Incredibly important. Thank you for keeping watch on that for us. Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and thank you all for the space and time today. Councilmember Johnson, I am on board, as you saw in email, so I'm looking forward to supporting that resolution. And also, thanks for bringing up that orange flag. I want us to be better partners, but we want to make sure we're growing and building out our city in our best benefit. I'll keep saying that until we do it. So thanks for bringing that to our attention. Today, I had the honor of cutting a ribbon with a new corporate partner in our community, Fifth Third Bank. I have opened 2 locations in our ward, over in Ward 3. And, it just feels really good for a corporate partner to come and say, we are here and we are ready to invest. So please let us know, what community programs we can support and how we can be a part of the overall, mission of building a better Durham. And so welcome them to the city, to the Bull City. The bank is ran by a local Durhamite, born and raised. And actually some of my former students are employees there, which showed my age today, as they are adults. And yeah, time is flying, but I just wanted to welcome them. But what really, tingled my heart was last night. I attended the grand reopening of Weaver Street Recreation Center. And the facility is just simply beautiful. It's safe. It's just a beautiful facility for kids to have an outlet, for even adults, you know, a beautiful, nice kitchen, beautiful gymnasium, a computer lab, not only for kids to have access to learning after school, but also for even adults to have continuing learning opportunities and apply for jobs if needed. But the highlight of my evening there was hearing a 5-year-old say, "This is my city, this is my community." And those words just rung so powerful. And they continue. I believe Councilman Middleton, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton led this chant with them. And just hearing that 5-year-old say, "This is my city, this is my community." It was just, it gave me hope. It gave me hope, and it gave me, you know, something to look forward to know that that's our next leader over there. So I just wanted to highlight those things, and it's been really fun to attend these events. And yeah, here we are, onward and upward.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. You almost broke a brother down thinking about those kids. That was pretty awesome. Thank you so much. Councilmember Freeman, good afternoon. I yield.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. I just wanted to thank you all for touching on all the topics. I really just wanted to hone in on one and just acknowledge that in this agenda, there's packed with lots of supports that we know our community is going to need. And the one thing, just listening to Councilmember Johnson mention, you know, the 60 to 80% AMI is going to be the critical area. Those are the folks who aren't receiving as much support as subsidies, and are still experiencing those market rate rents. I do want to note that it's great that we're bringing forward the item for, I made a note of it, the dedicated housing fund for $450,000, and just acknowledging that that's for folks to purchase their homes and to have down payment assistance. I know in a recent one of our planning cases, a developer mentioned that they would love to support something like that. And I just wanted to make sure that folks are fully aware that there are opportunities like this available. And we need to find ways to make it available for tenants as well, because the tenant assistance is going to need to be in place for folks who aren't at the ready point to purchase a home. And so I just want to put that on everyone's radar and thank Councilmember Johnson for bringing up the 60 to 80% AMI level of concern. And I did also want to just touch on having a chance to sit in on the Housing Authority's meetings yesterday. It is really concerning just how underprepared we are to address the needs of the housing community and our housing community for folks who are on Section 8 or living in the DHA properties. And I really would love to have a much deeper conversation about what's going on and what's next, because there's just not enough money in our budget to cover it. And I know that the developments that are coming forward are the best laid plans that folks have made or have come up with, but we've got to come together as a community and figure out how we can find the public-private partnership around supporting our local developers and moving forward. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Council Member. Anyone else? Colleagues, thank you for excellent announcements today, and indeed you whittled down my announcements. Councilmember Reese, thank you so much for calling attention to impending weather and the preparedness of our staff and our partners at the county and the state as well. We want all of Durhamites to be safe and cozy and warm as we get through this weekend. And Councilmember Williams, thank you so much for mentioning the ribbon cutting at the Weaver Street Rec Center. Durham Parks and Rec has really been on the tear lately, and I just want to commend Director Walcott Wade and his whole shopping team over at Durham Parks and Rec. Had an opportunity to cut the ribbon at WD Hill last week, and now Weaver Street's been brought online fresh and new. And, you know, this will really be, despite all of the other things we look at, I think Durham Parks and Rec will have a huge role to play in us taking back our city and making our kids safe and dealing with all of the root cause and issues that we talk about. These centers are really special places. It was a rec center that basically saved my life coming up as a kid in the inner city. So when I see the joy and the pride at residents coming into those centers, and now we gotta make sure they're staffed and open and available for kids to come in there and have things to do other than some of the other calculus that oftentimes we engage in when we don't have options and opportunities. So just want to send a big congratulations and thanks, Manager Page and to the entire team at Parks and Rec for the incredible job. If you have not had a chance to see these centers, please get by and see how beautiful these places, and special these places are, WD Hill and Weaver Street. We're looking forward to bringing even more online down the road. This is our city. This is our community. Thank you all so much. At this time, I'm going to turn now to our leaders for any priority items they may have. I'm going to now yield to the city manager for any priority items she may have. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and members of the Durham City Council. I do have 3 priority items for you this afternoon. Agenda item number 8, which is 2021 Connect and Protect Law Enforcement Behavioral Health Responses Program Grant Project Ordinance. The financial section in that memo of the agenda memo, which is attachment number 1, was updated to reflect the city's match requirement that starts in fiscal year 24. Agenda item number 9, Ellerbe Creek Waterbird Colony Dedicated Nature Preserve is a presentation. It is scheduled to be about 15 minutes and it is scheduled with a time certain or as close as possible to 1:10, please. And the final item for priority I have for you today is agenda item number 10, which is an update on the Community Safety Department Alternative Crisis Response Pilots. That is a 40-minute presentation that we have for you today, and it is scheduled to begin at 1:30. That is all I have.
Thank you, Madam Manager, so much. I think that in subsequent conversations with Her Honor since yesterday, some of the reasons that we were looking to schedule the presentations within a certain time frame are no longer relevant, that she's not going to be joining us. I think so. Just want to, I don't know if that comports with what you know, but just want to let you know, if we don't govern according to that, we're not ignoring it, but my understanding is that she's no longer requiring us to kind of do that. So thank you so much, Madam Manager. Madam Attorney, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. It's good to see you and members of the Durham City Council. The City Attorney's Office has no priority items today.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Madam Clerk, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and council members. The City Clerk's Office has no priority items, and we do not have a report for boards, committees, and commissions today.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, all 3 of you. Good to see you all. Friends, at this time, I will now turn to administrative consent items, and I will read them in order into the record. Under City Clerk's Office, number 1, item number 1, approval of City Council minutes. Departmental items, City Manager's Office. Number 2, interlocal agreement ILA with Durham County to support the county's community intervention and support services department. And I'm going to pull that. Item number 3, 2022 United Way of the Greater Triangle Grant Budget Ordinance.
I'd like to pull that.
Does somebody want to pull that?
Yeah, I do. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Community, let me finish reading that. Under Community Development Department, number 4, contract with Community Home Trust, Inc. to serve as down payment assistance program administrator.
I'd like to pull that, please.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Councilor Caballero, you were pulling item 3, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Johnson, was that you for number 4?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Under Fleet Management Department, item number 5, state contract purchase, 2 tandem axle dump trucks. Under Human Resources Department, item number 6, mandatory weekly COVID-19 testing contract amendment. And I'm going to pull that. Under Neighborhood Improvement Services Department, Item number 7, Welcoming America Grant Fund to Foster Belonging. I don't want to pull it, but I do want to commend. I'll yield. I see you.
I just want to say this is a fabulous item. I'm so excited. I am thrilled to see it and looking forward to hearing how the work continues to progress. Thank you so much.
Everything she said, I'm with her. I don't have to say anything else. Thank you. Item number 8, under Police Department, item number 8, 2021 Connect and Protect Law Enforcement Behavioral Health Responses Program Grant Project Ordinance. And that's it for consent items. Then we have under presentations from the City County Planning Department, item number 9, Ellerbe Creek Waterbird Colony Dedicated Nature Preserve. That will be a presentation of about 15 minutes, and we will be welcoming presenters Misty Buchanan and Chris Depps for that item. And under Community Safety Department, item number 10, update on Community Safety Department Alternative Crisis Response pilots. And we'll be welcoming Ryan Smith to conduct that very important presentation for us. And we do have speakers signed up for that as well. Under public hearings, which will be conducted at our next called council meeting, City County Planning Department, item 11, consolidated annexation, North Carolina 55 and Hobson. Item 12, consolidated annexation 3602 Westminster Avenue. Item 13, zoning map change, Bull City Townhomes. And that is it for public hearings. Under other matters, we will have a discussion about the subcommittee meeting for NIS per Councilmember Johnson, for the NIS initiatives per Councilmember Johnson's request. Under under public comments, we do have Anthony Scott, although it's not appearing on our agenda, he was added. Mr. Anthony Scott, CEO of Durham Housing Authority, will have public comments to be heard at 1 p.m. to encourage DHA residents to apply to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And we have one other speaker signed up. There was some confusion as to whether or not she was pulling an item or was speaking about the issue in general, but Ms. Rachel Porter wants to speak to open positions in the Durham Police Department. We weren't sure whether that's connected to item 10 or as Citizens Matter, but if Ms. Porter's here, we'll be glad to accommodate her during Citizens Matters. Madam Manager, I have for pulled items, and see if this comports with you. Item 2, item 6, item 2, item 3, item 4, item 6, and I think that's it.
You got it. That's it.
2, 3, 4, and 6?
Yes, sir.
No way. I got it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I was having nightmares about getting that right. All right, friends, we will now entertain our public comments from citizens on the Citizens Matters. And if Mr. Anthony Scott is here, I'm going to ask that he would be made hearable. And he has 3 minutes. Mr. Scott, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Pro Tem, I am. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, sir. I can. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you and members to council and City Manager Page. I wanted to take this opportunity to share with you that DHA is encouraging all DHA residents to apply for the rental relief funds by the city. In June of 2021, we launched a Fresh Start program whereby we brought on 6 staff people to assist residents in resolving past due rent by applying to the county's rental assistance program, signing repayment agreements with DHA, and connecting with several private partners. This team made calls, sent emails, and even went door to door in trying to encourage people to apply to the county's rental assistance program. Additionally, we encourage any DHA partner, friend, resident advocate, family member, essentially anyone that had a relationship with the DHA resident to encourage them to seek rental relief. Since the start of the pandemic, we have gotten, residents have gotten behind by over $1.3 million. 370 households applied for the county's emergency rental assistance relief. That amount was $678,000. So far, 188 of those applications have been paid, and that the remaining 148 are still in process. We will officially begin notifying all residents that we will be sending out eviction notices to any family that has not paid their rent submitted an application or engaged with DHA to complete a repayment agreement, at the end of this month, we'll send that notice out to let them know they'll get 30 days. We'll have another, that begins the process of us submitting 30-day notices. As we've talked about in the past, this is not something that DHA has a real choice in. HUD has made it clear that, well, we cannot forgive rent, that we are required to enforce our lease. And so that puts us in this position of having to move to filing for eviction if residents have not made any of the previously mentioned arrangements. We will encourage residents to apply, and we are hoping that they will apply to the city's new rental assistance program, which, as you know, is being managed by Legal Aid. And specifically, if DHA residents are applying between now and February 12th, they have the absolute best opportunity to getting their funds that's needed. After that point, there are no guarantees, but if residents can apply between now and February 12th, they have the absolute best opportunity to get a rental assistance. At this point, we don't know if there's any other rental assistance that's going to be available to residents, and we're encouraging them to do so that we'll not be placed in a position where we have to file. Filing can be completely avoided by paying your balance immediately, applying for assistance through the Durham Rental Relief Program, and or contacting DHA's Housing Stability Specialist or their management office. There is a DHA email, which is dha-rent@dha-nc.org, or you can call 844-777-3277 to get assistance. They can also apply through the Durham Rental Relief Program. Their email address is durhamrentrelief.org. And telephone number for the Durham Rent Relief Program is 919-521-5777. Again, there's no reason that any of our families need to be put in a position where we have to file for eviction. If they are behind in their rent or having trouble paying their rent, DHA will work with that family to get them in compliance with their lease and avoid the need to have to file for eviction. So members of council, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for your time today.
Scott, thank you so much for the really important directives as well. And thank you for the work you're doing at DHA. At this time, I'm going to ask, is Ms. Scott, have we identified what Ms. Scott is speaking on?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, it's Rachel Porter. She is not in the queue.
Okay.
She's not in the queue right now.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Council colleagues, although she didn't ask us to suspend rules or do any action items, I did, I think, fail to ask for receipt of acceptance of the city manager's priority items today. So I'm going to ask for a motion that we accept the priority items.
So moved.
Okay.
Thank you. I believe that was Councilmember Johnson who moved it and Councilmember Caballero provided the second. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
And Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries unanimously. Friends, I know we've got some pulled items, but per the manager's request to try and get the Ellerbe Creek presentation as close to 110 as possible, with your permission, colleagues, I'm going to let that presentation be given now, and then we'll go to the pulled items, and then we'll take the presentation from Director Smith, if that's agreeable to all of you. Thanks much. I think I see heads nodding. So at this time, we're going to have the presentation. Pull this up here. Ellerbe Creek Waterbird Colony, dedicated nature preserve. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Buchanan and Chris Dreps to our midst this afternoon. Good afternoon to you both. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. So Scott Whiteman is going to share a video to get this started, and I think it sets the tone. So Scott, thank you so much.
Every spring, minutes from downtown Durham, something incredible happens. A giant colony of great blue herons and great egrets build 4-foot wide nests high above eastern Ellerbe Creek. This rookery is one of the few known nesting sites of great egrets in the entire Piedmont of North Carolina. And this is the one time of year where these solitary birds gather to breed and raise their young. The city of Durham owns this land and the 900 acres of property upstream of it. But it has no formal protection and is threatened by future development. Ellerbe Creek Watershed Association is working hard to ensure permanent protection of this unique natural treasure.
So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and Madam Manager. I'm Chris Dreps, and I'm the Land Protection Director of the Ellerbe Creek Watershed. As has been mentioned, I'm here with Misty Buchanan, who works for the North Carolina Natural Heritage Program. And she's here to talk with you today about this unique opportunity that the city of Durham has to protect a large and regionally important natural heritage area in the bottomland forests and wetlands of Lower Ellerbe Creek. So since our time is short, without further ado, I'm going to let Misty jump in and talk to you about this proposal for the Ellerbe Creek Watershed Dedicated Nature Preserve. Misty?
Great, thank you, Chris, and thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and council members and staff for making time for us on the agenda to present this. I am going to be representing today North Carolina's Natural Heritage Program, which is a state government unit within the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. But I'm also a citizen of the city of Durham, and I'm here today from my home in Durham. So I'm just going to take a few minutes to introduce the Natural Heritage Program, talk with you a little bit about the natural features of the Ellerbe Creek Waterbird colony that are so special, and then talk with you about an opportunity to create a nature preserve under our State Nature Preserves Act. Next slide, please. So the primary purpose of North Carolina's Natural Heritage Program is to maintain an inventory of our state's biodiversity and to use this information to establish nature preserves that will protect our natural heritage for future generations. And so we do this in a variety of ways. We inventory our biodiversity, meaning we have a staff of field biologists who go out and survey the natural areas, record all of the plants and animals that occur in North Carolina. And we have a huge database and maps of all of the rare species of our state and all of the natural areas that are important for conservation. We document these natural areas and we prioritize which areas are most important for conservation action now. And then we share this information with landowners and our partners and landowners across the state to help establish nature preserves. Next slide, please. So we have a long history of conducting inventories in Durham, beginning with our first inventory of the important natural areas of Durham County, going all the way back to 1987. That report was updated in 1999, and it was funded by Durham County, the Triangle Land Conservancy, and the Natural Heritage Trust Fund. And then we also have a variety of other reports, which are shown on the screen and available to the public through the Natural Heritage Program, documenting important natural areas all across Durham County. Next slide, please. So the purpose of all of this inventory and field work and documentation is to use scientific data to help establish nature preserves. And we already have several nature preserves in Durham, and those are listed on our screen here. So on the left-hand side, we have registered heritage areas, including Bennett Place Forest, Duke Forest, Eno River Association's Blue Wild Indigo Slope, portions of Hill Forest, and Penny's Bend Nature Preserve. And those registered heritage area agreements are established under our Nature Preserves Act. We also have several dedicated nature preserves in Durham, including Jordan Game Land, portions of Eno River State Park and portions of the Eno River Diabase Plant Conservation Preserve. And I bring this in to your attention just to let you know that we have several places already that we have worked with in Durham that are really great examples of how we can work together to make Durham a wonderful place for us to live and for the wildlife and plant species as well. Next slide, please. So the parcel that we're going to talk about today is shown on these two maps. The map on the left-hand side of the screen showing all of the green area highlights within the circle is the parcel that is owned by the city that we want to talk about today. And all of the green area are areas that are already managed for conservation in some way in Durham and surrounding counties. And so what you can see here is that the city parcel is already adjacent to a network of nature preserves that extend upstream and downstream to Falls Lake. And then zooming in on the right-hand side, you can see our City of Durham parcel with the little pink circle at the north end is adjacent to Falls Lake, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers land and managed by the Wildlife Commission. And it's also adjacent to a nature preserve owned by Ellerbe Creek Watershed Association, and that is the Glenstone Preserve. And this area is already recognized in several regional plans as being important for conservation. The corridor along Ellerbe Creek is included in the Durham Ellerbe Creek Watershed Plan, the Critical Areas Protection Plan, the Upper Neuse Clean Water Initiative, the Eno River Landscape Analysis, and now the Natural Heritage Inventory of Natural Areas. So multiple entities already recognize this as being critical for conservation, but this parcel is not currently formally protected, even though it is owned by the city. Next slide, please. So the reason why this parcel is especially important from a natural heritage perspective is because there is a colony of waterbirds that nests on the northern end of that tract in association with a very large wetland that has standing water throughout the year. And a waterbird colony is simply an area where multiple species of birds are nesting together near a water feature, and they require that water feature for hunting and for protection. And they're sharing trees with multiple nests that have many different species using those trees. And in this case, we have great blue heron, which is shown in this picture here, and great egret, which is the white bird in this picture. And we've also heard reports of yellow-crowned night heron, which is a rare species in North Carolina, but we have not been able to verify that yet. Next slide, please. This map shows locations where we know of colonial waterbird colonies occurring in Durham County. And you can see that there are some locations that in the center of the screen, there are two dots. Those are the locations that we're talking about today on the city parcel. And then there are other scattered locations at New Hope Creek, Little Hope Creek, and Northeast Creek and Quail Roost. But by far the best example in the county is this location on the city land. Next slide, please. This map shows where great egrets are known to nest in North Carolina. And the red dots represent how common they are within those nesting locations. So the big red dots are showing us that great egrets by far nest most commonly along the Outer Banks and in the outer coastal plain of North Carolina. And they're very rare as far as nesting birds in the Piedmont of North Carolina. In fact, we only know of 2 locations in the entire Piedmont where these birds nest. One of them is in Rowan County, and the other one is our parcel here that is owned by the city along Ellerbe Creek. So very unique nesting location for this beautiful species of bird. Next slide, please. These maps zoom in a little bit more on the parcel that is owned by the city, and they show some more information that is documented by the Natural Heritage Program. So the green, or the sort of bluish area, is the city-owned parcel. And then the yellow represents the natural heritage area that has been identified by the Natural Heritage Program as being an important area for conservation. So it includes the floodplain along the creek, as well as the bottomland forests and the bird colony up at the north end of the parcel. And all of this data is housed in the Natural Heritage Program, representing the importance of the site, but the data does not confer any protection on the natural area. We really rely on the landowner in this case, the city, to determine whether they're going to protect the natural heritage resources and how they're going to manage it. And then on the right-hand side, what we can see zooming in on that northern part of the parcel, the dark areas are the wetlands that are so important for the birds. Next slide, please. So just to review the conservation values of this parcel, we have the Waterbird colony where we know that hundreds of birds are nesting. We have the floodplain natural communities that are all along Ellerbe Creek there. And this parcel is also important for flood abatement and for holding water during storm events and then slowly releasing it and helping to protect the water quality downstream. It also could be important for environmental education if the city chooses to make it open to the public. And it also could be used for low impact recreation, including hiking and bird watching. And it is already part of a wildlife corridor that connects to the Falls Lake game lands. Next slide, please. So our proposal would be to establish a dedicated nature preserve on a portion of this parcel that qualifies. And a dedicated nature preserve is an agreement that is attached to a specific location. So we would map out the area working with staff and council and stakeholders to agree upon an area that would be permanently set aside for conservation. And that agreement would be permanent. It cannot be rescinded by the landowner. It requires approval from the governor and council of state, as well as the landowner and the secretary of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. And as part of the agreement, there are specific management rules and recommendations, sort of recognizing the best way to manage that land for the benefit of the natural heritage features. And as part of the dedication process, we would work together to identify what those management recommendations would be. Next slide, please. So we already have several local dedicated nature preserves with local governments. And these agreements are comparable to a conservation easement, where the local government would continue to own the land, but the property interest would be transferred to the state. So in this case, the development rights would be transferred to the state so that it would remain in natural condition. The articles of dedication would be recorded with the deed, and we would work with the real estate department to generate a legal description and make sure we have clear title. Next slide, please. So we already have dedicated nature preserve agreements with Mecklenburg County, New Hanover County, the town of Kitty Hawk, and we're working on adding more agreements to Mecklenburg County, and we're very close to finalizing 2 agreements with Alamance County. So we already have a pretty good track record of working with local governments to create these dedicated nature preserves. Next slide, please. So as I've said, the dedication really is meant to incorporate principles of land management that will protect those natural heritage features for future generations. And the provisions follow our State Nature Preserves Act and the administrative code that goes along with that. And so I can provide all of that information as a follow-up to this. But the landowner or the custodian that is named in the agreement would manage the daily activities. So in this case, the city would continue to do all of the land management decisions if they decide to use any prescribed fire or remove invasive species. Anything like that would be managed by the landowner or the city or the custodian. The Natural Heritage Program really just oversees the agreement that sets it aside for conservation. Next slide, please. So once again, this map shows how our parcel fits into the larger network of nature preserves in the area, with the Glenstone Nature Preserve right next door and the Glenstone neighborhood right next to that. And then you can also see we're already right up against the Falls Lake Army Corps of Engineers land, and Ellerbe Creek is working in the area to even preserve more land. Next slide, please. So if you choose to work with us on creating a dedicated nature preserve, the timeline is shown in this slide. We would work with the city staff and potentially any stakeholders who would be interested in participating in this discussion to negotiate the boundaries and the articles of dedication. We would recommend submitting any materials to the Natural Heritage Advisory Committee before April 15th so that they could be considered by the advisory committee in their May meeting. And then from there, it would go to the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources Secretary for approval, then on to the State Property Office for approval, and eventually to Council of State. And our goal would be to try to complete this process in the year 2022, if possible. Next slide, please. So with that, I will end it there. We do have hopefully time for some questions. I'll be glad to take any questions. And I also just want to recognize Chris Dreps from Ellerbe Creek Watershed Association as well. Thank you.
Mr. Buchanan, thank you so much for really an excellent presentation. Really cool to see different birds hanging out together. Area that's very Durham. So I know Councilmember Caballero and Councilmember Freeman, you have been really quarterbacking this and investing this, and we thank you for this great work. I'll yield if either one of you colleagues would like to speak on this or lead us off with questions or commendations.
I would love to just check in. I know that I wasn't sure if Chris was making a statement or not, because I thought that he was. Chris, you good? I don't mind getting us started.
I was not making a statement, excuse me.
I just wanted to say, I really appreciate the opportunity to have the conversation and to look at this opportunity. I mean, just acknowledging that 900 acres is a lot of land, but if the land is, is not pretty much finding ways to make sure that we protect all of our waterways and all of our sensitive ecosystems is important. And so I just want to make sure that we take the opportunity where we can, acknowledging that this is not land that we're going to build on, and the city owns it, and we have an opportunity to preserve it for future generations, and I think we should. I do note that when this first came forward, I had just visited the Sojourner Truth Preserve in Long Island, New York, and I know I was raving at Chris about how we need to make sure that we do the same thing here in Durham. Just acknowledging that when we create spaces for our kids to actually see and understand what's at stake when we talk about clean water and clean air and preserving trees, that they have a different sense of responsibility about stewardship in our community. And I think that that's a huge piece of what we could be doing if we had more land online in a very centralized area. And this is a very centralized area that could be used. And so I really appreciate the Ellerbe Creek Water Association moving forward to try and find a way to preserve this rookery, just acknowledging it's not just about the birds. It's really about the way we care about where we live. And so just making sure that that's not missed. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Freeman, I would like to add just one thank you for what you said and the support. I do want to add a little detail. When Councilmember Freeman talks about this being centralized, I want to stress that when the city builds the proposed North Ellerbe Creek Trail that's been sort of in the trail plans for many years now, and they're still trying to figure out how you make a natural surface trail be ADA compliant, which I know we can figure out. But once that's figured out, this will be a 10-minute bike ride from downtown Durham, and particularly northeast central Durham. So I really think this is an important location for the future, not just for the birds, but for the people to be able to access nature, which we so badly need.
Thank you, Chris. And I will note that I think over the last 2 years, folks can see just how desperately we do need to have our open spaces preserved. So thank you for adding that. Gotta be more explanatory about all of these things, and it's not my strong suit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, for those excellent comments. Your strong suit is your passion though, for this type of stuff, and we appreciate your leadership in this area. Councilmember Caballero?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to also thank the residents who serve both on DOS, the Durham Open Spaces and Trail, and EAB, Environmental Affairs Board. They have, in our packet, there's resolutions and support. I think the first place I saw this presentation was at DOS. And so they have helped ECWA kind of shepherd this through to us. So I just want to acknowledge all the work that went into it. And I know that, I don't know what other questions we may have. I know some of the questions that were, or conversations that were had in those commissions and boards was because the city would be responsible for maintaining it. What does that look like for city staff? And so I wanted to give an opportunity for staff to answer that question for the benefit of my colleagues, because it's something that has come up previously as a just something to think through, right? What are we on the hook for? And I do want to at least have that conversation in this space. So if there's any staff, I think that could potentially answer that, or if there's even been any conversations around that, I would appreciate them chiming in.
Thank you, Councilmember. Manager Page, is there any staff that wants to give voice to our Councilmember Caballero's excellent questions?
I was waiting to see whether or not the department, there's Scott popping up. He may not have that response, but certainly he's going to have some comments.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Yeah, so I don't know the answer to that question. I think this is something we brought this forward since we're the liaisons to the Open Space and Trails Commission. I think if it's something that the council feels like is worth exploring, probably something we need to work together as an administration with the departments such as General Services and Water Management and Solid Waste, who have interests in this property, to see what if any impacts there would be of this designation. And as Councilmember Caballero said, what are the kind of ongoing maintenance responsibilities the city would have? So most of those would not lie within the planning department. So I think it's something we would have to discuss internally as a city.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you for that, Scott. Good to see you. Colleagues, any other council members have any questions or comments or responses to the presentation? Councilmember Williams.
Okay, hit the wrong button. There we go. I think clarifying, so in regards to process, first of all, thank you everyone who contributed in to making this happen. I just had a 2-hour lunch with the president of Museum of Life and Science, and part of our lunch was getting our steps in, walking around the entire property. And one area is that beautiful, beautiful open wetland space out there. And not only was it beautiful, but it was also therapeutic. And I think we need spaces like that, especially in this time of COVID, where we should spend more time outside than inside. Being said, just following the presentation, is this in order to, regarding process, in order to preserve this space as, what we are hoping to entitle it as, we would manage it from the city's staff or departments, but it would be owned by the state. Did I understand that correctly?
If I may respond to that. So the land would continue to be owned by the city, but any development rights would be transferred to the state. So for example, you wouldn't be able to build on it, but all of the management responsibility would maintain with the city as it currently is. And so if you wanted to designate like a third party to help with some of the management and maintenance, that would be an option. We do that. So potentially you might want to have an agreement with Ellerbe Creek Watershed Association to do some monitoring and management. But the responsibility for management would remain with the city as it currently is, unless you decide to change it.
Okay.
Can I also add, just to help answer, I think I want to stress what Misty Buchanan said. As it currently is, the city has been managing this property for decades, and the level of management, much like our nearby preserves that also have conservation easements, can either be very low management, not open to the public, looked at by staff or potentially by a third party every year, just to confirm that everything is sort of that nothing bad has happened and that there's nothing that needs remediation, that it could be that level of management with some signs posted all the way to specific areas in the future as the city decides it's ready or has the budget for, could be open to public use. And that's really up to the city. So I don't think your management needs really change a lot.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted to understand the process, ensuring that this is something we could, because I believe Councilmember Freeman said we're not going to build on it anyway. So I think this is a great use, and we're already managing it. And if it's low management then demand, then I don't see anything wrong with it. But I appreciate the effort to preserve this space. So thank you.
Thank you, council members, for those great questions. Anyone else, colleagues, have any questions or comments? Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. This sounds like a really great idea. I'm wondering if there's any downside. Does anyone have a downside? Because otherwise I'm like, let's do it. Haven't heard anything bad.
Thank you, council member. Anyone want to respond? Councilmember Caballero, please.
I don't think it's a downside. It's just kind of what level we want to designate it at. If it's a non-open to the public, then it's similar to where it is, but then how much we want the public to have access to or how we want to program it, then that cost increases, but it can also be kind of tiered, right? As money becomes available.
And I would also add, I'm sorry.
No, that's it. I was just going to say I think Chris answered our question. It's kind of up to us how we can leave it where it is and there's not a lot of cost, and then we just absorb the cost as the more we want to do with it or the more we have better understanding from stakeholders.
Yeah. And I would also add that the opportunity to kind of program it is something that you leave for future generations, not just, it's not something that might happen this year or next year, but it might be 10, 12, 20 years from now. And without the designation, it's almost like you're creating a tourist destination at some point. Like, this is something that these herons don't fly to other areas in our area. So, most of the folks coming here to North Carolina don't understand just how much beauty there is in our state. And we have an opportunity to preserve that and to share that with the rest of this Piedmont area. So I think it's a point that I don't want to miss, and that there is also a very business side to this. And we may get to that in the next generation. So thank you.
Thanks, y'all. I saw Scott's face for a minute.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. All I was going to mention is, based on what we know now, we think it seems definitely preserving this site is in the best interest of the city. We would just need to do some internal vetting with our attorneys and some of our departments just to make sure that this particular designation is in the best interest of the city as well. So,
great. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Colleagues, anyone else? Well, thank you so much. Go ahead, Mr. Dreps, please.
One final point I wanted to make, and this was a suggestion actually early on by Councilmember Freeman, and I just want to put it out there for consideration. These questions about management, there is no specific department in the city of Durham that is charged with managing open space. We know that typically lies with the county open space program, but this is not a county decision. And so one thought that had come up in the past was having some sort of, I think she called it ad hoc partnership committee. And I'm not suggesting that would need to happen, but I just want to make sure we don't put on staff whose jobs aren't to think about open space. This is going to be their 50th, priority on their agenda at any given time. So one thought we had was that if there were some sort of, not to belabor this or make it take longer than April, but if there were a way we could make sure that there's feedback between staff in the Natural Heritage Program staff, for example, and the Ellerbe Creek Watershed Association, Durham Open Space and Trails, the Environmental Affairs Board, with like a very small amount of representation so that we could address any issues. And I'll give you one example just very briefly. We've already had a meeting with water management staff. Sid Miller, basically the leader, much of the leadership in water management vetted this initially and actually suggested we change the borders. And so we did. And so what you saw today was actually a reflection of some things that they caught and they wanted changed. For example, they said, oh, you don't, on your map, you don't show where we're going to put a future sewer line possibly. And so we want you to show that as a special management area. And so we did. So it's stuff like that. I think there needs to be this back and forth. And I want to make sure that we're there to serve as a resource. Also, that gives us an opportunity, if you think it's appropriate, to bring in leadership from the neighborhoods that would be affected. And we have been out there engaging with the neighborhoods. We've gotten, we're ready to throw bunches of letters of support from other nonprofits, neighborhoods, et cetera, to you. So, whatever, we just want to continue to be a part of this and serve as a resource for staff and not make it become something that staff don't quite know what to do with.
Mr. Dreps and Ms. Buchanan, thank you so much for this great presentation. Colleagues, thank you for a wonderful conversation as well. And this was a really great presentation. It's every once in a while as a government, you get to make those generational decisions, those that'll kind of live in perpetuity and be transformative. This feels like one of them. My sense is that there's unanimity based upon the timeline, and staff can correct me on this, that this is a work session, so we're obviously we're not deciding today, but the timeline seems to allow ample time for at least staff to continue their due diligence and do the initial vetting. And this also gives us time to read in the mayor on this decision as well, get her up to speed on this. And we don't have to make a decision today, but we certainly, I think it can at least, based upon how my sense of the flow of this conversation, give the staff directive to go ahead and continue with the vetting and move forward to put us in position to ultimately pass this. Mrs. Whiteman, you wanted to see you popped on?
No, I was afraid there was a question coming in there. But,
okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
No, absolutely. Thumbs up from the staff, from the council members rather, to go forward, staff to move forward, vetting process. Councilmember Freeman, were you raising your hand again?
Yes, just a question. I think I know what Scott's waiting for, and that's kind of, I guess, what around the timeline, I guess, and more so who is going to kind of lead this process and trying to figure out how to bring this resolution forward. And so I don't think it's planning. And so I'm figuring that that Manager Page will have to figure out whom the resource, I guess, person is on that. I really do want to emphasize that it's going to be a really good idea to include that ad hoc committee because I mean, you're pulling different departments together. And so just making sure that the Ellerbe Creek and the National Heritage Society is included so that you have those resources in the room at the same time as other folks in the community who have been involved in trying to, be supportive and preserving this so that you don't run off the rails or think that there's something there that's not. And so just trying to make it as open as possible and moving forward and engaging folks in a way that says, we just all want to make sure that it's preserved. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Madam Manager.
So I was just popping in very briefly to say that we have heard all of the conversation and discussion today. I also recall there's about a 4-month sort of time frame, if you will, from the presentation. Whenever there is not necessarily a department that owns certain things, then it becomes owned in the city manager's office. So just wanted to take this opportunity to say that we hear you loud and clear, and we will make sure that all of the experts and all of the interested parties are present as we move through this sort of vetting phase of the designation.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Again, Ms. Buchanan and Mr. Jeffs, thank you so much for being with us today and for taking the time for such a wonderful presentation. Thank you, colleagues, for a wonderful discussion on this matter as well. We look forward to doing this, I hope. Thanks so much. Good afternoon. All right, colleagues, thanks again. Wonderful, wonderful presentation. We're going to move now to the pulled items And I think we should be able to, at least I know my questions will be relatively quick. We should get through this in a pretty timely fashion, I think. But please exhaust whatever questions or comments you have on your pulled items. That's not to say we're going to rush through it, but I know mine will be relatively straightforward. Item number 2, which I pulled, the interlocal agreement with Durham County to support the county's community intervention and support services department. Bertha Johnson, I see you come up. Came up, Director Johnson.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. Bertha Johnson, Deputy City Manager for Operations. I'm happy to answer any questions on this item.
Thank you so much. Very quickly, could you tell me exactly what this $50,000 is going to be used for the county?
Yes, sir. So this interlocal agreement with Durham County is really to support the work of the newly created Durham County Community Intervention and Support Services Department, which will house Bull City United, My Brother's Keepers, Project Build, and other initiatives the city and county manager jointly agreed to support. And so 2 of those such proposals that the managers have agreed to support this year is one being Campaign for Change, the Community Change Tour, and the other one being Haiti Reborn Justice Movement Program.
Is it possible to list those in the interlocal agreement by name? The way I read it now, I know Bull City United is listed in the memo, but we've already given money to them. And I was wondering if some folk may get the impression that the 50,000 might be helping the enumerated or listed initiatives in there. But if there are 2 new ones, is it possible to have those actually listed in the ILA?
Yes, so just as a reminder, this item is coming to City Council because it is an ILA, and all interlocal agreements must be approved by City Council. So the 2 items that I mentioned now are just 2 of many to come because this is an annual allotment. And so those 2 items have been agreed on, but again, they are not the total $50,000. The overall interlocal is coming to you because it is an interlocal agreement, which is required to come to you by state statute.
Got that. I get that. But I guess, so can this 50 grand be used for administrative purposes? Could it possibly, because the way the language reads, it's for their support. Does that use it to hire someone, or will all the money go to programmatic initiatives like Campaign for Change and the other one you named?
Yes, as stated in Section B, all of the resources that the city conveys to the county will be used for programmatic programs for under the department. And so, as I mentioned earlier, the city and county manager must agree on what those programs are. And the city has to agree that its funding can be used for those particular programs. But the interlocal agreement does not specify those because this is an ongoing agreement that will allocate $50,000 per year to the department.
I see.
I hope that makes sense.
No, it does. It does. Absolutely. And I know y'all will, make sure the money does what it says it's supposed to do. So no concerns there. Thank you so much. That's all I had on it. Councilmember Reese, did you have some questions on it?
I did. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I hate to be the person, actually I don't. I love being the person to ask the indelicate question. Why are we helping fund a county department? And can we expect them to cut us a check for, say, I don't know, Parks and Rec or street maintenance? Why is this happening?
So the proposals actually made a proposal to the city and the county. And so the most efficient way to do this is for us to pool our money under the county umbrella, which has Bull City United and these like programs, and to do that in the future versus us entering into agreement with the organization and the county entering into an agreement with the organization. And it has oversight of a newly formed department with a manager over that department, a director over that department.
Okay, I guess I didn't understand the first part.
So Campaign for Change and the Haiti Justice Reborn movement submitted proposals to the city and the county. So this is a way for the proposal for the contract to be administered in a department to have oversight versus it being, we don't have a department, which is why Bull City United is at the county, which is why some of the other programs, My Brother's Keepers and other programs, Project Build, are at the county. And now they have this newly formed department to align all of these programs and services.
Okay. Is Campaign for Change and Hayti Reborn, are those things mentioned in the agenda item?
They're not mentioned in an agenda item. Again, this is an interlocal agreement. The only reason that this is coming to city council because it's an interlocal agreement. Had it been an individual contract, this would have been within the manager's authority, where it's an interlocal agreement for continued support of the department. But each portion of the resources will be negotiated between the city and county manager for individual contracts.
Okay, so these two organizations ask the city and the county for money. They each ask the city and the county for $50,000 each. Is that how it worked?
No, they did not. Campaign for Change had a total request of $50,000. The county is contributing $30,000, the city $20,000. Hayti Reborn Justice Movement asked the city for $10,000 and the county for $10,000. So that leaves an opportunity for other opportunities for other proposals to come forward to the city and the county manager, and for them to make a decision about whether they want to support those proposals.
Okay. Do we know anything about, can you tell me anything about those two programs?
I can. So the Campaign for Change proposal was based on a tour, which includes 5 communities in Durham: Daymar Court, Birchwood, Oxford Manor, McDougall Terrace, and Cornwallis. The tour will be focused on anti-gang community forum, educational sessions, K through 6 anti-gang, anti-drug program sessions, 7 through 12 anti-gang, anti-drug program sessions, parent-focused anti-gang drug dealing sessions. And each of the tours will also have resource connections to jobs and therapy, healthcare options, HIV testing, COVID testing and vaccinations, and food incentives and prizes. And there is a calendar of events that has where the tour will be each month and what activities will occur at which locations, which have been reviewed by the city manager as well as the county manager. And the Justice Reborn Justice Movement, this proposal is really to centralize and consolidate community participants, social justice, and criminal justice participants. This is under this umbrella, the organization will orchestrate, train, and oversee law enforcement and community organizations who are committed to solving problems related to gun violence. And some of the partners in this include some of our other nonprofit organizations, as well as some former law enforcement officials. And so the goal is to bridge the gap. One of the goals is to bridge the gap between law enforcement and the community. So this particular program has 3 components. It has an outreach and assessment component where those persons who are most likely to commit gun violence in the community, who are re-entering from incarceration, will be a part of a cohort, and there will be an assessment completed around, criminal justice involvement, employment challenges, health and wellness, housing and transportation, and faith and spirituality. The assessment review will happen after the assessment of the individuals in the cohort, and they will be partnered with partners around whatever areas that they need to focus on. There are resource partners in the community around those particular areas. And then there will be a partnership plan. And so there will be an agreement between the individual and their partner and mentor. And that agreement has particular components of it. Some of the components of the agreement includes must abstain from any level of violence while they're in the program, obviously after the program as well. And then they will begin receiving a living wage stipend while they go through the next stages of the movement. The Board of Advisors and Movement Executive Directors will meet to determine when the stipend will end for those who are not entering into employment. And then they will again be paired for a mentor. And I can share the proposal with you, but the mentor has a lot of folks you're familiar with, groups such as Men of Vision, Women of Vision, Community Elders, the Black Chamber of Commerce, and other individuals that they will recruit throughout the process. And then there will also be employment and employment and other programming, working with the family as well. The key customers, key participants include men and women who are just as involved, children and families of incarcerated persons, underserved communities of color, and they will partner with local social justice organizations, city and county criminal justice officials, schools and community employers, and corporations in search of finding minority employees. I'm happy to answer any other questions. Again, I'm happy to share the proposals with you. There's a lot of information that has been discussed and reviewed between the two managers.
So, okay, so first of all, thank you. I appreciate that. I felt like I maybe missed a meeting or a memo. I just checked my email. I don't see anything about these proposals. So you reading them out loud to us in this meeting was I think, unless my colleagues are, the first I've heard of that. So I think that stuff sounds awesome. I guess what I don't understand is, were we not ever to hear any of that? Was it the intent of the administration that we just, I'm not mad, I'm just asking, like, that we give the county $50,000 and is the county going to decide how to spend it? Are the city manager and county manager going to get together and make these decisions about grant opportunities to organizations like the ones you just read? Is it like, how's that part supposed to work?
So
City manager. So I did want to thank you, Bertha, for the comments you made already. I wanted to make a few brief comments because I want to make sure that this is a very transparent process that we have here. So whenever we have an interlocal agreement, and we have many of them, regardless of the value of the interlocal agreement, we have an interlocal agreement for an ICMA fellow or any interlocal agreement we have with the county, it has to come to city council. Both the city manager and the county manager, we have authority to execute service type agreements, as you see here, without it coming to the city council. And that happens and has been happening forever. What you see here that's different than what has happened in the past is you will note that Deputy Manager Johnson spoke about the request and the amount of the request, which is significantly low if you compare to some of the requests that we entertain. And if we would have executed those agreements independently, they would be under our authority and would not necessarily be discussed at the council level here. I think one of them is at 10,000, and I believe one is 20,000. So I wanted to be very clear as to why you hadn't heard of it in a meeting like this in the past. But certainly some of those organizations have been supported for for years at certain levels, but independent in two different organizations. What the interim county manager and I are trying to do is actually bring more dollars together for a bigger impact and better oversight, as well as accountability in some of the support programs that we've been involved in. And this was one of our first efforts at doing that. So hopefully that brings a little bit more clarity around it. But I can certainly, respond to other questions that you might have.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I appreciate getting the information. I guess my reaction to that is, as long as you're handling it, I don't have to deal with it. Like, as an elected official, I don't have to pass judgment on it because that's well within your purview. As you said, absolutely. These amounts are very low in the grand scheme of things. And under the ordinary course, you would just accept these, and it's under 50,000, so you'd agree to it. But that's not the case here. Like, it's on our agenda. We have to approve this. And I maybe it's just me, but I'd like to know what we're buying with the money. And this conversation is exactly what I wanted. I guess I just would have rather the memo explained it that way. Because the memo, when I read it, just basically says the county has a department that is doing good things. The city wants to support that department, so we're giving it $50,000. That's a very different conversation than the one we're having now. So I appreciate that additional information. If I could get the detail that Ms. Johnson read to us orally in the meeting before we vote on this, that would be great, just because I want to make sure I know what I'm voting for. And I don't think I had any other questions. I just, again, appreciate it. And I hope my comments didn't come off as critical or anything else. I just, I didn't understand, and now I do. So thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Thank you, council member, for your questions. Council member Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Middleton. I just wanted to just make sure that I understood as well. I appreciate the context and conversation. I really appreciate the level of detail, but I don't know that it's necessary if there's an ongoing annual, like, I don't know that we need to receive every single proposal, especially at $10,000 and $20,000. And so I just want to make sure we're not saying that that's what we're going to do moving forward. But I do understand, like, this interlocal agreement is to support the department that the county has brought online, which has also taken on some of our kind of work product we've put forward to the county in the form of community health and safety. And so just making sure that I'm understanding that this interlocal agreement is actually cleaning up the messiness that we've created and sending dollars to the county in a very sporadic way. And so the one department being online and us setting up an interlocal agreement with that department to say we're going to put $50,000 in it is what I think I heard Deputy Manager Johnson mention that we're going to be voting on in the interlocal agreement, not the proposals.
That is correct.
Thank you. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you for that, council member. Any other council members have any questions or comments about this issue?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Councilmember Williams.
Question for Deputy City Manager Johnson. First of all, I'm glad we're now putting all of this in as Councilmember Freeman just stated. I can't really repeat it or word it, but what she just said, cleaning it up. But now that it's out there, you know, I guess regarding process, you know, and what Councilmember Reese was talking about, you know, is here before us because of the interlocal agreement, and it has, you know, we have to agree on that. But I don't necessarily have a question, but I would, well, I guess a request. I'd like to now, since it's out there, see more into this at a later time, because it sounds like great work, and it sounds like it's quite reflective of what's going on in the city, and I'd like to know more about it, and maybe we could, you know, in the future, you know, continue to streamline more of this support. We may be able to support even more. So just, you know, if you could send me that in email, those proposals, I'd love to look into it more. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So if I understood Councilmember Freeman correctly, setting up this interlocal agreement is an attempt to clean up some other process that's been ongoing. I'm not trying to put words in her mouth, but she made it sound like the city's been asking the county to do things, and now we're going to help them pay for it. Can someone help me understand what that means? That I didn't know there was anything that needed to be cleaned up. So that's like, okay, what are we talking about? So if I could get some explanation about that, that'd be awesome.
I apologize if it wasn't clear. I was just speaking specifically to Bull City United. So the way that we're setting up, so that we're adding the additional census tracts, there wasn't a department for all of that to sit in the city. And so we pushed it to the county. And so that's going all into Bull City United. And so cleaning up that messiness is kind of where I was going. So that was all.
Any other council member? I want to weigh in, questions or comments? Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Does this interlocal agreement relate to Bull City United, and other than that it's in the same department in the county?
It does not.
Okay.
We have a separate interlocal agreement for Bull City United.
Okay, I think that's what I was confused about. So this is just specifically to cover the programs that you mentioned before, and other programs that might come up that the city and the county wish to collaborate on in the future.
That is correct. So this $50,000 gives an opportunity for the city and county manager, when proposals come to them below $50,000 within their authority, they can make those decisions and fund those proposals.
Gotcha. And it's just $50,000 a year. It's not any proposal under $50,000, which could accrue to some amount over $50,000.
That is correct. It's a total of $50,000.
A total of $50,000 a year.
Yes.
Okay.
And so it gives us more leverage with the county putting in their part and us putting in our part.
And you don't have to come to us every time for small items.
That is correct.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Any other council member? Councilmember Caballero, please.
Yeah, this is just a follow-up question because now I'm a little confused. At some point, are we going to assign an interlocal to cover all of it so that we don't have multiple? Because if we have one for Bull City United, but it sits in the same department over there, it's not really an interlocal for the whole department, it's interlocal for an amount, essentially. So I'm curious if at some point, not now, and maybe I don't need to ask this because it's going to confuse us more, so I'm sorry, but now my brain is like, wait a minute. Is that because I know this is a new department for the county as well, right? They had pieces of work, and it, based on what I understood from the memo, was a way to kind of streamline this piece for them. And so I understand the intent on our side to make it easier. So at some point, I'm assuming or hoping maybe that there will be an interlocal that would cover just all of that type of work to streamline it, but maybe that's not necessary.
So I would like to jump in on that. So often the interlocal agreements that we have with Durham County, we have a lot of them, and this is just a sampling of a few. They don't start at the same time, or the initiative doesn't start at the same time. So at the time that the initiative comes on board, we execute an interlocal agreement to do that very specifically. We have an interlocal agreement for Bull City United. We have one for Project Build, which is also in that same department. Those contracts or scopes of service, or they may be hiring employees. There are a lot of things that may be going on there. They're larger and they kind of have more of a specific feel around them in terms of the expectations that are going to happen within the interlocal. This interlocal was really conceived to look at smaller interventions that both, as I mentioned, both the county and the city have typically been involved in way prior to the current leaders who are in place. And typically what would happen, as it is well known, an organization, a nonprofit may come to the county to have them support one portion of what they're doing. They may go to the private sector and receive support. They may have the city sponsor some component of a program, and the funding sources may be more disjointed than what we are trying to do now, which also means you have people that, in different organizations having oversight of the same program. And it's a very small program. So what we wanted to do is make some flexibility, and I don't want to be repetitive, but for us to be able to direct those small proposals that would come to us, and we would consider if we're going to support or sponsor a $10,000 request or a $12,000 request for a proposal in the community that's going to benefit the community, and have folks be able to go to one place, have the proposal vetted, most importantly, perform the service and have someone oversee that service. So, whenever you try to pull every scope under one interlocal, it can get pretty big and pretty unwieldy. But we can certainly look at consolidating some of the interlocals that we have with the county.
Thank you. I was just curious. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is easily the most time I think I can remember spending on a $50,000 expenditure. So I just want to thank the city manager and Deputy City Manager Johnson for helping get my head on straight about what we're accomplishing here. I think it's a fantastic idea. I fully support it. My earlier snark about this, the county cutting a check to Parks and Rec was completely ridiculous. Now that I know what we're actually doing, I will say I've been on this job, let me think, 2,235 days. And this is the first day I ever knew that the city manager cut checks for organizations like this. And I didn't know about it. It's great. I mean, and definitely keeps the small ball stuff off of our desks, which I certainly appreciate, except when one council member belays a $50,000 line item for way too long on a Thursday afternoon. But anyway, just really appreciated getting to know that and know that that's part of the sort of our arsenal for dealing with problems in our community. Want to just close out by saying I so much respect Councilmember Freeman's ability to decide what she thinks we ought to see about this going forward. I know she'll respect my need, number one, to see more information about the two projects that are on the table that will be paid for from this $50,000 before we vote on this the next time. But second, on a periodic basis, if we could get some kind of report or presentation from this county department about how they're spending that money and the work they're doing in the community. Number one, I think just from a transparency perspective, I want to know what kind of value we're getting out of that $50,000 a year. But perhaps more importantly than that is to highlight some of the great work that the city and the county are doing that might be below the radar that folks might not know about, but I think would be really good news for the community. So with that, I promise, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, I'm done talking about this. I'm excited about it. I fully support it. Just get a little more information, and then let's look going forward at how we make these wins more accessible to the public so they know more about it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Freeman, please.
I appreciate Councilmember Reese's commentary, and I can completely understand if you didn't understand how the process worked previously. That I do think that it's worth noting that the wins that you're talking about, it's specific to community outreach. And I think that it's not limited to just the $50,000. There are so many ways in which our staff puts together programming, and it would be great to get all of that as an update. And so I just wanted to just make sure that I make that clarifying point. Thank you.
Council members, thank you so much. This is Durham, whether it's $5 million or $50,000, we don't stifle debate or discussion. I want to make sure that each council member has an opportunity to exhaust everything they want to say. Madam Manager, thank you so much. And Deputy Manager Johnson, thank you so much. I pulled the item for a lot of the reasons our council members touched on, just for transparency and for information. I will say, Madam Manager, you know, someone once said, with great power comes great responsibility. There's a reason why we do so much vetting of our city manager. There's a reason why we indemnify folk and we go through all of their business from their background before we give them this job, because you spend money all the time. And a great deal of trust is put in your office and in your hands. And I want to congratulate you on the way you wield it. You know, this came to us because it is an ILA, interlocal agreement. That's how it arrived before us. But the fact is, the underlying facts beneath it is that you guys spend money all the time. You know, our previous city manager, Manager Bonfield, I know spent money all the time. I think Made in Durham was an organization that regularly got money under this way without, it was beneath that $50,000 threshold, but it was at the manager's discretion. And rightly so. I mean, the manager, as our full-time professional manager, you see stuff every day that we don't see, and we empower you and trust you to make decisions, not just managerially and for the city to run the nuts and bolts of, but important big issues as well, dealing with violence and dealing with those issues that'll make some of the things that, some of the outcomes we don't want to see, particularly with our young people, less likely. So identifying initiatives like these and programs like these are very important. And we trust you to do it, and we thank you for it. And thank you so much for the clarification on this particular ILA and this particular $50,000. And yeah, we'll go forward. I guess with respect to the request for more specific information about these particular initiatives. I guess, Madam Manager, you can accomplish that through just, when you have priority items at the next meeting, just adding those things to it, to the council members' satisfaction. But with that, that's all I have on this. And if any other colleague, my tradition will say if all hearts and minds are cleared on this particular issue. Madam Manager, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for a great discussion. All right, colleagues, item number 3, 2022 United Way of the Greater Triangle Grant Budget Ordinance. I believe this was pulled by Councilmember Caballero, and I'll yield to you.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions for Laura Khalil, who's the staff person who brought this forward.
Hey, good afternoon. Trying to turn on my video and having some trouble with that. I am here.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I was just curious in reading the memo. I would like to know the organizations that are part of the coalition that wasn't listed in the memo. And then I think you're saying I think 10 are getting money, but it looks like there's maybe 8 who are leading the effort. And then I also wanted to know if there was anyone from the Walton Family Foundation here today.
Can you say that last question again? Anyone from the Walton Family Foundation?
If there was anyone present from any representative rep present from the Walton Family Foundation.
On this call?
I'm sorry, I could.
As part of the coalition or on this call?
On this call, if there was anyone on this call.
All right, well, let me back up and say good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, council members, colleagues, city colleagues, and community members. Thank you for your question. I'm Laura Khalil and manage the City of Durham Office on Youth. Sorry about my video. I'm not sure what's going on. I got the green light on my camera that says it's showing me, but it's not coming up. Yeah, so the organizations that, okay. Still not working. I will see if I can troubleshoot that. The organizations that are involved in this particular coalition work include 8 organizations that are part of the design team, plus additional ones that were invited to the table for this particular initiative. Those organizations are, the 8 are Charles Hamilton Houston Foundation, Communities in Partnership, Earthseed Land Collective, Spirit House, Foro de Padres, Village of Wisdom, We Are, which stands for Working to Extend Anti-Racist Education, Durham Beyond Policing. Those are the 8 that are part of a design team that has been doing work in the community. And in preparation for forming this coalition that is focused specifically on the educational outcomes of Black and Latinx young people, they invited 3 additional organizations to join the planning process. And that would be us, Boost, which is a program at Duke University, building opportunities in science and technology for students, and EPIC, which is Empowered Parents in the Community. There is no one from the Walton Family Foundation on this call or represented in the coalition meetings. That's because the support money that is being provided to the 10 organizations is general operating support money. It's not attached to any agenda for the Walton Family Foundation or promise of future programs. It's just funding the work without any strings attached.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I was just curious if these groups had any awareness around the Walton Family Foundation's history for funding charter schools, which is very long and very documented.
I believe the organizations involved know what they're getting into. Because of the no strings attached process with providing operational support money. I have full confidence in the lead organization in this process is Spirit House. I have full confidence in Spirit House and maintaining the integrity and commitments to what the Durham community is saying that they want and need, and doing a community-driven process, ensuring that integrity is upheld with the funders.
Thank you. Could you speak a little bit more to the components that the City of Youth will be handling? Because it's in the memo, but I just wanted to have a better understanding of the kind of shreds.
Of the components of work the youth will be handling?
Yeah, that the City on Youth will actually be doing.
Yeah, sure. So, so there's this process is to do a deep, robust engagement process in the community to understand the community's perspectives and to sort of co-create solutions around 5 different focus areas focused on enhancing the education outcomes of Latinx and Black students. I can list those off. They're also in the memo. Youth leadership, healing and wellness in learning settings, liberatory learning systems for youth, and systems of empowerment for Black and Latinx youth. And a lot of these focus areas align almost entirely with the findings from our youth listening projects and the priorities that we are already working to advance in that project. And so in this process, which will be a community engagement campaign to basically talk to young people and their families about those different focus areas to understand like how can we address these various needs? What are the tactics? How do we measure success? And basically doing this equitable community engagement and listening to our residents to understand their experiences. So young people will be part of the process as being engaged in those conversations and also hosting and leading those conversations.
Thanks. And I know this might be beyond what our scope is for the Office on Youth, but do you know with the other organizations involved, how many of those folks are actual educators, former educators, or have students in our public schools currently? And if you don't, that's fine. I can reach out to the organizations. All my queries are around the fact that, and one final question. I know that the money is getting allocated through United Way, but could you let me know who usually Walton Family Foundation works in concert with an education consulting firm. Could you let me know who that consulting firm is that they're working with for this project?
My understanding is for this particular funding that the funding is coming directly from the Walton Family Foundation and it's coming via United Way.
Okay, and do you have any idea of where else they are doing these projects? They often kind of will fund multiple projects in multiple cities or in multiple public school systems.
I don't have that.
Okay.
To your question about educators, yeah, I know there are several folks on this coalition who have kids in Durham public schools. And I know that there are several educators. I do think I just want to call out the fact that this group isn't deciding on the blueprint. This group is hosting space for community conversations to develop the blueprint. So these are partners that are deeply rooted in community. They have trusted relationships. They've demonstrated their commitments to and love for Black and Latinx youth. And so they're holding space to have the conversation around education and hear from people who are experiencing it firsthand. Education, I should say, with a little E.
Yeah, I appreciate all of the answers today. I just want to share with my colleagues, and I might be the only one who has these concerns, is some of this is insider baseball. I was an education consultant for 5 years. I know this world intimately well, and I know how it's shifted. Organizations like the Walton Foundation used to provide direct funding to consultancy groups that would come in, they would parachute in, and they would create a lot of destabilization within communities. That work has gotten more insidious. They will often partner up with local Black and Brown-led organizations, and the outcome is the same. It destabilizes our public schools. It creates without really digging into the deeper issues that we all know are aware in our public schools. And as all of you know, my commitment to our public schools is deep. It is consistent, and it's very, very long recorded. So I definitely appreciate the grant. I have deep respect for the work that the city, the Office on Youth is doing. I understand that it furthers the work of our youth listening project, but I have a lot of concerns around this issue. And at this point, I will be following up with more queries. Laura, thank you so much for answering my questions today.
Sure. And if I could just comment on your last comment, I just double down on the confidence that I have in Spirit House as a lead organization in this work. We've been part of the initial planning conversations for many months now around this outreach, this engagement. And I have full confidence in Spirit House not allowing that kind of destabilization if that is a pattern. And I'll just say I have full confidence in them maintaining their integrity and commitments to this community.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Williams?
Yeah, just a clarifying question. Is this money coming with any restrictions or any type of guidance, or is it to supplement what's already happening in the proposals?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Williams. There are no restrictions for this funding. It's general operating support money to put towards what the coalition decides to do related to engagement activities for this blueprint.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Councilmember Caballero that the Walton family has a rich history, and some of their, they've been intentional about, where they want to go regarding supporting charter schools. But I also have the longest record on education and public education on here. And I will say that if there is money without restriction, then therefore I'm going to trust the folks locally to be able to do what needs to be done. So anyone is listening and you hear Councilmember Caballero's concern, it is valid. But I think that, we're going to do this the Bull City way, and I'm going to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Freeman, and then Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. I just wanted to appreciate Councilmember Caballero's concerns, and really just want to make sure that it's clear we're not trying to, I think it's really a great opportunity. And I do want to appreciate Ms. Khalil actually creating a space to show the Walton Family Foundation what equitable community engagement looks like and to share what the blueprint is. I think that the focus of the conversation is going in a direction that's probably not directly tied to the work that's happening with the Youth Listening Project. And I get it, I understand. You always want to be mindful of where an outside organization or institution pumping funding into our community is trying to take us. It's really good to be very vigilant about that. But I do want to make sure that we're not undermining these Black and Latinx-led organizations and trying to put forth that they would not be able to decipher whether or not that was the case, and bringing funding in partnership with the United Way. And so I do want to say that I do know that Nick Allen with United Way and Ideal Ortiz and Nia Wilson with Spirit House and Cameron Smith with CIP and William Jackson, Dr. William Jackson with Village of Wisdom and Dr. Rhonda Taylor Bullock with We Are. These are all very phenomenal community leaders who are very involved with our public schools, charter schools, and any child who lives in our community. And it's just undermining that makes me a little off-centered in this conversation that's coming across. It's really like a microaggression of racism. And I want to be clear that it's unfortunate that it's coming across that way. I do want to make sure that I do point it out. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson. And then Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to appreciate Councilmember Caballero for bringing these issues to us today. I don't personally know a lot about the Walton Family Foundation, other than that their primary interest is in school privatization. And so I think it is worth considering why a foundation whose primary interest in school privatization is giving money wants to give us money, given that that is not in our interest. I don't really know what to do with this item. Hoping that we can put it on GBA so that we can have some more conversation about it at our meeting in February. It's I obviously, turning down money is a dramatic step, but I share after hearing Councilmember Caballero's concerns. I also feel uncomfortable about the goals of the folks who are providing this money, not the goals of the organizations that we are working with or the goals of the city's Office on Youth and what they would do with the money. But I am concerned that money that is intended to further a mission that is very directly opposed to my personal values is being considered, and would like us to do a little bit more digging about why the Walton Family Foundation is interested in funding this project. Thanks.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Johnson around if there is, if we are able to move it to GBA. I also just want to speak to Councilmember Freeman's line of questioning. It is our job as council members to question every single contract that comes through. I have, again, a long record of questioning when we see these kinds of contracts, and I will continue to do that. This is not questioning the organizations or their work. I have long relationships with many of those people. I know their work intimately because I've been a public school parent and organized in our public schools for a long time.
Thank you, council member. Any other council member wants to raise a question or commentary on this issue? Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to reiterate that these funds, the deliverable that we are charged as a coalition to produce is a blueprint. The blueprint is going to be developed in partnership with these organizations to do a robust, equitable community engagement campaign that involves young people and their families, much like we did with the Youth Listening Project, just with a deepening in certain areas that are related to the educational outcomes of Black and Latinx youth. So the product is being influenced by the community engagement process and not by the funders. And so the funding is for general operating support to make this blueprint happen. The funders are not at the table. They are not guiding the work in any other way. They're just providing the money, and there are no strings attached to the final product that is being led by this coalition of organizations that have demonstrated commitments to our community, especially our Black and Latinx residents. So I just wanted to reiterate that there's no potential for that kind of agenda setting or driving the process in any way.
Laura, thank you so much. Good to have you with us. Council members, any other of you want to have any more questions or comments about this? All right, thank you. I will say, I really appreciate the breadth and depth of this conversation. And at least 2 council members have talked about putting it on GBA, which has not crossed the majority threshold. I'm not inclined to put it on GBA, and I'm more than willing to hear from other council members. For me, I appreciate the means being as pure as the ends, but as a student of American politics, there are so many big moneyed actors who play both sides of the fence all the time. I mean, you have big oil companies that give money to, candidates who I can't stand, I don't think represent anything I stand for, and then they give to progressive candidates as well. that I vote for. So I don't know about applying the purity argument or the purity metric to every, folks just double deal so much. That's one. But two, moreover, I think there are times where there are glaring examples where you just don't want to be involved with the people, but I'm persuaded. I find Laura's offerings here today compelling. I trust our staff. I trust these organizations that are receiving the money. We've already heard the names of these leaders entered into the record here. I trust that our legal department, if they tell us, and folk that vet this for us tell us that the money has no strings attached, that it's not furthering. If they want to write a check for pursuits that seemingly go against their core values, and our staff thinks we should take the money, provided and we can demonstrate that this money is not in service or support of something that we consider anathema here in Durham, or contrary, or does violence to our goals. I trust what Laura said, and I trust the staff, and I trust the folk who are in line to receive this money. I think they've got long records that demonstrate that they know who we are in Durham and they know what we stand for. And each of them, many of them have been in the vanguard of furthering Durham values. So with that, I've heard two council members asked to be put on GBA. Of course, even if it's not on GBA, you reserve the right to pull the item of the evening of the meeting. But that's what I'll say about that. Councilmember Johnson, I'll yield to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I may be wrong about this, but my understanding of the consent agenda was that we all had to consent that it be on the consent agenda. I was wondering if Kim could weigh in on whether we actually need a majority for putting something on GBA.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, since the item was pulled for discussion and there's not consent, it doesn't sound like there's consensus about it just going back onto the consent agenda, it would roll into the GBA.
Thank you.
For further discussion. Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Your point of order is noted, and I agree with the finding of the attorney. So we will put it on GBA. Thank you for that. Any other colleagues want to weigh in on this? All right. Thank you so much. This item will be added to GBA for our next council meeting. All right, moving on, colleagues. Item number 4, contract with Community Home Trust, Inc. to serve as down payment assistance program administrator. And I believe this was pulled by you, Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Just had a quick question. This $450,000, do we have a goal of how many people we would serve with that money? Does everyone get the same amount in down payment assistance, or is the, is the amount they get determined in some other way? I'm just wondering how close that gets us to our goal of 400 homeownership opportunities that we're trying to provide.
Council member, this is Mayor Pro Tem, Council Member Reginald Johnson, Community Development Department Director. Thank you for your question. So first, just to clarify, the $450,000 that we're talking about here is for administration. This is not money that goes to loans. The amount of money that we're talking about in loans is probably going to be about $6 million. And this about 180 loans. I stand to be corrected. It's 490,000 for the first 180 loans. So this is a partial way to our goal. But the funding for this is not the funding source for the loans. The loans will come from home money as well as some dedicated housing fund.
Gotcha. So the Community Home Trust will be using this money to administer the program.
Right, correct.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. I didn't want to pull this item, but I'm glad that someone did, because I just wanted to say, Mr. Johnson, I'm very, very, very excited to see us moving forward on this project. As you well know, one of the ways that folks build wealth in our society, whether we like it or not, is through home ownership. You know, a lot of us talk about the ills of the kind of the private real estate market and what it does to affordability and neighborhood stability. But the flip side of that is most folks in our country, their primary asset is their home. And supporting folks in home ownership was one of the things that I liked best about the $95 million affordable housing bond. During the course of that work, we were able to increase, during the course of that campaign, we were able to increase the amount of money that went into this down payment assistance. And I'm very, very excited to see it going forward. Also, I didn't know this particular entity before reading the agenda memo, but I'm glad to see they're in our region. Their employee demographics look fantastic, and one of their employees either was previously or currently volunteers with Book Harvest, which is a great organization here in Durham. So, Mr. Johnson, I just wanted to say, I know you got 1,000,001 things to do. Sometimes it's responding to annoying emails from council members asking you to do even more than you're already doing. That would be me, everybody. But just really, really thank you so much for moving this forward, and really looking forward to seeing this work begin. That's all I had, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I would just say, just to clarify to Council Member Johnson's point, just to reiterate, this is for 180 loans, approximately 60 a year for this this particular contract.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, thank you so much. Always good to see you.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
Appreciate the great work you're doing. Let me just associate myself with the comments of my colleagues. This is incredibly important, and kudos to everything Councilmember Reese said about the importance of home ownership. Thank you so much, and thank you for pulling the item, Councilmember Johnson. First, we'll proceed this way. I'm going to go ahead and pull the item number 6. We'll get through that, then we'll take a 5-minute break. We've been at it longer than 2 hours, then we'll come back and receive a presentation from Ryan Smith. If that's okay with you, we'll proceed that way. So pulled item number 6, mandatory weekly COVID-19 testing contract amendment. I pulled this item, but we do have a speaker signed up. I'd like to welcome former council member Jackie Wagstaff to the meeting. So Madam Clerk, if you can make Ms. Wagstaff hearable and present.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, ma'am. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I just had one question about this, but I had one question that's actually not related to this that just came up as an issue. It relates to this Zoom meeting and how citizens are able or not able to interact. There's no chat available anymore, so that if you had a question that in the past, if you wrote it into the chat, sometime some of you council members would actually look at it and actually answer our question, and we never had to actually formally ask it. That doesn't exist anymore. And also, why is this meeting, this Zoom meeting, which is considered the same as a public meeting that when we would have come down there before the pandemic, you didn't have to sign up and have time sensitivity on when you sign up and how you would be able to speak. You have a 10 o'clock deadline on signing up for work session, and you have an 11 o'clock deadline for signing up for city council meeting. Why does the rules change even though it's the same meeting? We're just doing Zoom because of the pandemic. So I'll get past that, but those are concerns. My question about this increase in this money for the CBS, the COVID, I remember the original agreement and how much money it was. And there are 2 figures here that I'm looking at. There's one in an agreement that's not to exceed 1 point something. Then there's another one that's not to exceed 2. Is that 2 point something or 200,000? I don't know which one, but there's such a big gap there. But not only that, at the current rate, at the current contract that now is being used to test the unvaccinated employees, have they already started the increase in their benefits so that it can pay for this? Or is the citizen the taxpayers taking up this increase, or will the taxpayer, who's paying for this currently? And with this increase, will that mean taxpayers will have to assume this, we've had this discussion before, assume this debt to vaccinate, to COVID test people that will not get vaccinated? And what is the city doing to try to encourage those employees to get vaccinated so that we won't have this problem? We won't have to be, looking at how we're going to pay for COVID testing for employees that just refuse to do what is necessary. And I heard you speak on how this city is so advanced and how they're doing such a wonderful job with this COVID initiative and how we're keeping our city safe. And we have city employees that just refuse to get vaccinated. That's problematic. So if you can answer any of those questions for me, it would be most appreciated. And thank you for the time.
Ms. Wagstaff, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for your important comments and questions. To the staff, I'm going to, per standing practice, it's I'm going to go ahead and ask my question. Then if you want to incorporate responses to some of Ms. Wagstaff's questions, you're certainly free to, but citizens can use their 3 minutes as they choose. It's not necessarily Q&A with staff, but if staff wants to respond to some of those or press craft. I think some important points were brought up regarding our protocols regarding chat that we should probably just trumpet to the city at large, maybe just do another blanketing of our mediums on how that's working and what our rationale behind access is, and trying to keep fidelity with legal requirements, but also the exigencies of COVID in this environment as well with regards to chat and folks signing up. But with that, Madam Manager, thank you so much. I wonder if I pulled this item because I think this is a good opportunity for you to give us an update on some of the things that actually Ms. Wagstaff brought up, our current numbers and the reason for extending the clinics, if you will, and the benefit in doing so. So I'll just yield to you if you want to just give us a general update and address any concerns or questions as you see fit. Mr. Buller, good afternoon. Good to see you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I would also like to welcome Mr. Drew Buller to the screen as well. He is an assistant director in the Human Resources Department. I will begin by making some general statements about our situation here, our employee base. We have about 85.3% of our employees have been vaccinated, vaccinated to protect themselves, their coworkers, and their family members from COVID. We do have currently operating and have had it since the middle of November, and this contract extension is related to it. We do have about 374 of our employees who are in the testing program. That number is not stagnant. It is a number, obviously we get new people or people may leave the organization, but that is a number that is an average number that we have that are in our weekly testing program. What I would say is there are a lot of city employees, the 2,600 or so full-time and part-time employees that have to get tested for COVID. That could be because they've been exposed to others who have had COVID. They're exhibiting symptoms that may be COVID. And we have to pay, because we're a self-funded health insurance plan, we have to pay for that COVID test if an employee goes to their doctor, if they go to one of the retail outlets, if they go anywhere and use their health insurance card, it comes back to our health plan, and we're self-funded. So having the CVS clinics that you all approved initially for approximately a 12-week period with a cap on the money that we would spend, just depending upon how much time or how much capacity we had in those clinics. That took us about, to have our weekly employees who need to be weekly tested, that authority would run out by the 1st of February. So this extension that you see today is an amendment. So that's why the numbers are what they are. the original contract is showing there. It's with the same vendor. So if we add additional capacity to that contract, it allows us to extend it out through the end of the fiscal year. I can say with certainty that we are monitoring the need for the capacity in the clinics. We are able with this contract extension to downsize the hours with notice. And that is exactly what we would be planning to do. We have been able to provide some services to our employees, particularly very recently since we've had, you know, the real big surge in the Omicron variant, where we've been able to provide on-site COVID testing. You will probably read or see in the media how some employers are having, you know, employees are having to sit in lines or cannot access testing. Because we have this access, you know, we are able to test our employees, have them know what their status is, and, you know, have our work operational teams be better, you know, better suited to do the work that we do on a day-to-day basis. So I will, I see Drew is listening very intently. He works in this space every day, and I will end my comments, but we are both, he's here, I'm here to respond to any questions that you might have, Mayor Pro Tem or any other council members about COVID and testing here.
Thank you, Manager Page, and thank you for those numbers. So at first blush, having just 375 employees that are not vaccinated out of almost 2,600 seems good. Seems like that's an improvement than where we were before. And I think it's important to express the value of the extension of the clinic beyond just those 375 employees, is that there are even employees that are vaccinated who may still have to get tested. They're vaccinated and boosted. So it's not just about those 375 employees, right, that we're spending this money. I guess I want us to make the case how we derive some benefit and value from this beyond the 375 employees that are unvaccinated, if that makes sense.
Yes, yes. And that is, can you still hear me? That is something that, you know, as we look at how we deploy resources that we have, we want to make sure that the contracts we enter into are flexible. You know, we would not want to enter into a contract that we could not downsize or even upsize as needed. In this case, we are fortunate to have capacity so that we can use it and benefit ourselves by allowing employees who need to be tested to use the clinics. So if we know that this per test, even though it's not a per test cost, it is an access to the clinic cost. That's what the contract is. So regardless of the number of tests that we that are conducted in the clinics, we have a fee for the access. And so if we are able to use that capacity in our clinics, it keeps our employees from having to have their tests done at the doctor or at a retail location, which could actually cost, it comes out of the same pot of money. And it could cost us double and sometimes triple if they receive their COVID test someplace else and use the health card. You know, some people would say you can also get free testing, and that is a true statement. But once employees, don't have direction to use our clinics, they can go anywhere they choose to get a COVID test. And if they use their health card, then we will have to pay that. You will recall when we made the presentation before, we were getting billed probably about $130, $135 per test when our employees go to CVS or they go to Walgreens or some other place and they get a COVID test. When we use our own clinics, that average amount is about $60 a test.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's very helpful. You anticipate after this, and this is probably an unfair question, after this fiscal year, do you see potential cessation in the need for this or ending of this within this fiscal year, or?
Well, what we did here is we brought an item that brings us, carries us through the end of the fiscal year with access. I will say again, with a 30-day notice, we can reduce, our clinic size. We can make adjustments to the access that we have, and we only pay for the access that we really need. We do have, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And we're going to be looking at, how easy it is to get tested. Right now, we can get the COVID test that we need because we have this resource and we've had it since November. And I would venture to say there are some organizations that can't do that right now just because of some of the shortages and those kinds of things. We do have a wellness rate that is going to go into effect on July 1, and any employee that didn't qualify for that wellness rate by December 31st of 2021, they will be paying a surcharge into our health fund. Again, money goes into the same pot, and that will start in July, and it will continue through a 12-month period.
Thank you for that. I think those are my questions for now. Colleagues, anyone else have any questions or comments regarding this item? If not, thank you so much, Manager Page. Appreciate it. Mr. Bullard, thank you as well.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, and thanks for the great work you've done in getting our folk vaccinated. That worked for us here at Durham. So thank you so much. I do, colleagues, I'm going to say briefly to the other matters that were raised, and perhaps Attorney Rayberg and you, Manager Page, and Madam Clerk and others, we're constantly giving thought as to how we can do this better. And we're hoping that the day when we'll return to in-person meetings is closer, than further away as we deal with this pandemic. And I want to just commend the staff on how they've helped us pivot to these very unusual circumstances, and while trying to retain all of the things we hold dear, which is public access and the ability for the public to participate. 2 quick points. And staff, you can give this some thought, and if you have any ideas moving forward to share with us and the mayor, as I said, we're constantly thinking about how we can do this better. When we're in these meetings in the virtual setting, it's still a meeting and the rules of decorum still apply. Whatever that looks like, we are still obligated to maintain the rules of decorum. And the chat function here, the chat is not meant to provide an opportunity for a person to engage in stream of consciousness during the meeting. For example, if we were in person in a real live meeting and you were sitting in the gallery, you couldn't keep raising your hand and just blurting out your opinion of what was going on while the meeting was going on in real life. You'd be out of order. So the opportunity would have to be presented in a way where if you wanted to speak, you go to the side, pick up a card and fill it out then and there. And we know that being in the Zoom environment has obviously made that a challenge. But there's no equivalent in real life if we were together in person where a person could just blurt out whatever they want, whenever they want during the meeting. There'd have to be some kind of order. So it's finding what that looks like in this environment while still honoring the need and the requirement for public input is important. And I hope the staff will continue to give that some thought. Secondly, I know that Her Honor, Mayor O'Neill and previous Mayor Schul, that it's been their practice that when folk have raised their hands or been in the attendees list, notwithstanding whether or not they met the deadline for signing up, it's been their practice to try and include as many people as possible. And sometimes that's tricky because I'm doing 4 different things right now in this virtual environment, trying to monitor emails from staff, trying to look at the agenda, watching time, and also getting messages in real time, and also scouring or looking at the attendees and the panelists from time to time to see if somebody wants to speak. So even though that there has been a standard of the registering at a certain time, I know it's been a practice of Her Honor and the previous mayor to try and get in as many people. Our inclination is to include more people than to exclude. That's just who we are in Durham. So with those points, how do we keep faith with rules of decorum in the meeting and yet honor people's need and right to participate? And also, you know, how do we make the process more inclusive rather than, so we're not looking to punish anyone for not registering on time, but there are just some realities in this environment where we have to have those people identified and get links before the meeting starts. But even with that, we've tended more towards involvement and inclusion rather than exclusion. So I just put that out there, staff. I know you're constantly thinking of ways to make that better, but if there are ways we can allow folk to identify themselves and participate, but also, again, keep faith with the rules of decorum that we would have in a regular in-person meeting, then I think that that's something we should be thinking about as a government, and we continue to think about as a government. So that's all on that. Thank you so much for this item. Colleagues, it's 3:23. I'm going to not adjourn us, but recess us for 5 minutes, and then we'll reconvene. I'm talking part of the 3:23, so let's say at 3:29, we will reconvene. Please remember to turn your cameras and your mics off or you're gonna wind up on the news, right? See you in about 6 minutes.
Mayor, the outpouring of gratitude over the last 6 months for everything you've done has just been tremendous, I believe. And I just want to know, how has it affected you, to be on the receiving side of such gratitude?
Well, it's felt really good. People say sometimes to me, to be mayor must be a thankless job, but it really isn't. People really appreciate it, and I hear from people all the time. People understand that public service is hard, and so it's felt really good. I felt like I've had a really good send-off. But this is just such a warm community, and it's really been. I have felt an outpouring of appreciation, and I've tried to return that. I just appreciate this community so much for giving me the privilege and honor of being able to serve. It's been an amazing opportunity for me.
Have you experienced changes in Durham that negatively affect your everyday life? Many in the community have. The City and County of Durham want to correct those issues and ensure that future changes work for the entire community. They're listening and want to hear your ideas for making Durham a place where everyone thrives. That's why the City and County of Durham are inviting all members of the Durham community to take part in the creation of the new comprehensive plan, which will determine the vision for growing Durham over the next 30 years. This collaboration between the City and County of Durham and the Durham community is the result of the new Engage Durham initiative, which seeks to ensure that all community stakeholders are involved in the shaping of city and county projects. Help build a Durham that works for everyone.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, visit durhamnc.gov/languageaccess.
The Durham City Council meetings and Planning Commission meetings are now available to live stream on all devices via the City of Durham's social media accounts. To watch, simply go to City of Durham NC on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. Devices include phones, tablets, laptops, desktops, streaming boxes and sticks, and smart TVs. The easiest way to view the live stream on smart TVs and streaming devices, such as the Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire TV, is via the YouTube app. Now you can follow along with the latest developments in the Durham community at dinner, your kids' game, the mall, in bed, during a breather, in the bathtub, and even on the International Space Station.
I count on Durham for awesome adventures and great bike shops.
I know I can count on Durham for great sports in every season.
I always count on Durham for amazing cultural events.
I count on Durham for its innovative ideas and the determination to bring them to life.
I count on Durham for community and a place for everyone.
I count on Durham to do a good job and to celebrate our success.
Did you know that the City of Durham counts on these individuals? In a city of more than 260,000 people, you're looking at residents who are making their voices count, people who care about the past, the present.
Avengers assemble. It's 3:29. We're going to reconvene our meeting. There they are. All right. Thank you all so much. Moving on with our agenda, our final presentation of the day. Item number 10, update on Community Safety Department Alternative Crisis Response Pilots. We do have speakers signed up for this, which we'll hear from after the presentation. At this time, I want to welcome Director Smith, Denise Vance as well, I see on the screen for the presentation. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Thank you for that, sir. Can everyone see the slides? Great. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of council, Manager Page. My name is Ryan Smith, Director of the Community Safety Department. I'm also joined by my colleague and Assistant Director, Denise Vance, today. And we're excited. We really are to be here with you today to provide an update on the progress we have made toward advancing one of the major purposes for which our department was created: to develop pilots that can better connect residents experiencing crisis with the right care by sending responses that best match residents' needs. We have a big agenda. We have a lot that we want to go over today. My hope by the end of this presentation today is that you leave with a clear sense of the pilots that we're planning to launch, how we arrived at those plans, when we estimate those pilots will be operational in the field, what we hope to achieve, and how we're going to know what's working and what's not. But before diving into that agenda, a word of thanks, a few words of thanks. First, to Manager Page, to Deputy City Manager Ferguson, to members of council, to Chief Andrews and my other colleagues in the public safety departments who have been supportive of this work, and to the Durham residents, many Durham residents who have helped to shape and inform the plans we bring forward to you today, including members of our task force. Thank you. On behalf of myself and our department, we are better off and we appreciate your support. You know, we have the benefit of learning from a lot of other cities that are aspiring to similar things that we're discussing here today. And I can tell you that my team and I often leave those conversations with a real sense of appreciation that in Durham, we're able to do this through a collaborative approach, and we're able to do this with broad support from much of the work that we're talking about advancing today. So we're going to talk about 4 pilots today, and those 4 pilots are united by a common purpose of sending the right response based on the needs of residents in crisis, with a focus on residents who may be experiencing mental health or behavioral health related crises and needs. And we want to ground our conversation today just in a few recent examples of calls that have come into our 911 center, resident initiated calls. So the first call here comes into our 911 center and is coded as a trespass. It's a call from a downtown business owner about a person who is sleeping in the doorway of their business and who will not leave as the business is about to open. The person is not violent, they simply will not move. On that day, 3 officers ultimately arrive at the scene. They get the gentleman to move on. This is a person who came here recently from Mecklenburg County, who is unsheltered, who appears to have some unmet behavioral health needs. And he leaves with a flyer in hand of community-based resources and phone numbers that he can call. The second example is a call that comes into our call center. It's coded as a welfare check, and it is from a person who's concerned about a colleague of theirs who hasn't shown up to work. It's someone who the last time they saw them a few days prior seemed a little off, wasn't acting themselves, and they're calling because they're concerned. They're worried about the person and want someone to check in on them. On that day, we send an officer to the scene. The officer ends up meeting with the person's mother, and the mother shares that, in fact, her daughter is struggling with some mental health related needs. And most of that conversation is the mother trying to figure out health insurance and how she can get her daughter the care that her daughter needs. The final example is a call that comes into our call center and is coded as a mental health crisis. It is a call from a woman with a known history of repeated calls to 911 that often involve hallucination. No known history of violence on this day. This neighbor of ours is calling because she is concerned that someone is trying to enter her apartment through the ceiling. On that day, 2 officers ultimately arrive at the scene. The woman will not open the door to speak with the officers, and the officers leave a flyer of resources that are available to help this resident and put it in the door handle of her door and leave. So all of these calls, these are all real calls that happen in Durham. These are all calls also that my team and I personally observe through ride-alongs that we do with DPD that we are committed to and that are really helpful in our work. These are all calls that were responded to by law enforcement only. And let me say a word about our officers, which is they responded with great care and with a commitment to de-escalation in every one of these instances. These are also all calls that primarily involve our neighbors who are struggling with unmet behavioral and mental health needs and who are seeking or who are in need of some community-based services. These are also all calls that are illustrative of the kinds of calls that we think the pilots we are bringing forward today can even better position us to help meet the needs of these residents. So over the last 6 months, our department has been engaged in a very thorough and in-depth planning process that is reflective of the kind of seriousness and care that this work demands. And I want to start off by sharing with you 4 aspects of this work that give me confidence in the plans that I'm going to talk about today. First, the plans that I talk about today are community informed. Our department has been committed to investing time in listening to, engaging with, and hearing from residents about their experiences, their ideas, and their concerns. We've also worked closely with the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force in some of these engagements. You know, these range from in-person listening sessions that we have held in the community to virtual town halls, to events in English, to events in Spanish, and others. And this is work that is ongoing, work that we are committed to, but the insights and things that we have heard from residents are a part of this presentation. Second thing, the presentation, the plans we have today, they are the product of a highly collaborative process, and I really, really want to stress that. It is something that I've been committed to from day one as the director of this department. We have formed and are leading a multi-agency planning team. That team includes representatives from police, fire, EMS, including our community paramedics, emergency communications, and also other partners like Alliance Health, our Recovery Innovations 24/7 Recovery and Response Center, and others. We meet with representatives from all of those agencies nearly every week, and we have been doing so for months. And those conversations have been critical to the formation of the plans that you will see here today. That multi-agency planning team has reviewed this slide deck and reviewed these plans, and I think it is fair to say that there is broad support from those individuals for the work that we'll talk about today. These plans are data-driven. You know, the department was formed on a foundation of data analysis, looking at 3 years of 911 calls, but we are going deeper, continuing to look at the kinds of calls that we are talking about for alternative response, developing new data dashboards and new data tools so that we can understand how many of those calls we have, when do they most often occur, where are they most often located, what are risk factors associated with those calls that we can tell for the data, how many hours do our officers spend on those things, and a variety of other things that are really important and integrated into our plans. And finally, the plans that we bring to you today are evidence-based. And by evidence-based, I mean that we are not the only ones in this country that are aspiring to do this work, and we have taken full advantage of the opportunity to learn from and engage with other cities who are a little further ahead of us, who are already demonstrating that this is the kind of work that we can and that we should do in Durham. We've learned a lot about what kinds of calls they're responding to, what are the outcomes of those calls. We've gathered their protocol and their data. has been very helpful for us. And as you know, we're also part of a national cohort of cities that are committed to this year to launching pilots that is supported by Harvard's Government Performance Lab. So all of these things and more, but these are the 4 most important reasons why I have confidence in the plans we bring today. Over the past 6 months, one second, sorry. So today we're going to talk about 4 major pilot areas. You see 3 of them outlined here. And we view these pilots as interdependent parts of a holistic crisis response. We recognize that matching needs with the right response means more than one approach and more than one model. And that's why we're coming to you with 4 pilots. These things work together to help ensure that we can send the right response based on the needs of residents. We know and we acknowledge upfront that crisis response often entails uncertainty and often entails safety risk. And that is why we want to ensure that regardless of the risk involved in a situation, that we are always able to send the right response. The needs of some of our callers, people who call Durham, can be addressed over the phone by speaking with a compassionate and trained crisis care counselor who can listen and help people connect through referrals to other community-based services. This is our crisis call diversion pilot. We also know that many of our calls are going to require an in-person response. Some of those calls can be responded to and those needs met by a team of unarmed responders. That is the community responder pilot we'll discuss today. However, some of the calls, due to the potential and the high risk nature of that situation, may be best responded and will require a joint response that pairs mental and behavioral health professionals with CIT trained officers. And that is our co-response pilot. Combined, these pilots, we believe, best match response services to residents' needs. They attenuate response to risk level, and they center trauma-informed, harm-reducing, and race, class, and gender-conscious care. Our pilots then are really, one thing I want to stress is to not think of them as siloed efforts or as separate efforts. They are interconnected. And the goal is to ensure people experiencing crisis are met at every step along the way with a skilled and compassionate responder who can ensure that they are connected to the care that they want and need. And these pilots are part of a larger continuum of care and are designed to strengthen 3 key points along that continuum, starting from the very moment someone calls 911 all the way through to ensuring a warm handoff to those community-based services that are prepared to meet the needs of our neighbors. First pilot I'm going to talk about today is crisis call diversion. This is about integrating clinicians into the floor of our call center. As an aside, throughout this presentation, you're going to note that we have woven quotes, often in these green boxes throughout the presentation. These quotes from Durham residents, law enforcement, community partners, and other cities who are leading similar efforts have come through our planning and research and our real commitment to listening and being in conversation with people who represent a wide range of expertise and lived experience. These are just a small fraction of the kinds of things that we have learned in those conversations, but we wanted to include them as a reminder as we go. I will not take time to read them, but hopefully you will have time to do so. Our crisis call diversion pilot is about, again, embedding clinicians into the 911 call center. The goal of that is for our clinicians to be able to triage, assess, and respond where appropriate to behavioral and mental health calls that are non-emergent and non-life threatening. There are many benefits that can come from embedding clinicians into our call center, as several cities are now demonstrating across the country. Clinicians can help us improve our ability to assess the needs of callers when they or their loved ones are experiencing behavioral health crises. Clinicians give us the ability to respond remotely to some calls where it's appropriate to do so without sending or dispatching unnecessary in-person responses, and give us the ability to help connect people by referral to other community resources. Clinicians can also help us make more informed decisions about what are the best of personnel to dispatch based on the needs of a caller. And clinicians also, regardless of who we dispatch, can help ensure the safety of responders and of people in crisis by supporting de-escalation on the phone. And one story about that, we were talking to someone in Austin's law enforcement who oversees their emergency communications center. They have a crisis call diversion program, now staffed by 18 clinicians. And this law enforcement officer relayed a recent story of their crisis call diversion program that he thought was a success. Someone called threatening suicide. The person had a gun in their hand. They dispatched law enforcement and EMS, and the crisis care counselor was able to remain on the phone with that person and was able to get the person to lock away their gun in a way that made it safer for them and safer for the other responders who would arrive on the scene. And that type of de-escalation is but one of the many benefits that leave our multi-agency planning team thinking this one is a no-brainer and something that we ought to be doing. Every pilot that we described today, for every pilot, we've developed in collaboration with other first responders, a set of protocol that will help determine which calls are eligible for each pilot. When someone calls 911, a call type is assigned based on how a person answers a set of predefined questions that our call takers ask. We will use this call type that are already part of our 911 system to help determine eligibility. So as examples, when someone calls 911, if that call involves a mental health crisis, suicide threat, or some other suspected behavioral health need, our call takers will immediately conference in a crisis care counselor who will listen in as the call taker proceeds through the protocol. If the call does not meet one of the exclusion criteria here, for example, there is no weapon present, then that call will be diverted to a crisis care counselor who will complete an assessment and determine whether a remote or an in-person response is appropriate. If the call is a behavioral health call and one or more of the exclusion criteria are met, then the crisis care counselor can still remain on the phone with person as 911 and support de-escalation as 911 dispatches the appropriate response. You're going to see a lot of data integrated in today's presentation. We're trying to learn as much as we can from the data that we have. Our crisis call diversion pilot can support many different types of calls, but our main focus here is on mental health crisis calls and suicide threat. You can see here some key facts about those calls. We get about 170 of those calls a month, representing about 2% of all resident-initiated calls. These calls are primarily priority 3. Priority 3, for those who are not familiar, when a 911 call is assigned a priority level, P is the highest level. That is the most urgent, the most risk. There is a potential, the call potentially poses an imminent risk to life. Priority 3 or higher means there's no known threat to life or property and that the event has occurred at least 5 minutes ago. So most of these calls are priority 3. Officers spend about 2,000 hours responding to these calls. And one thing about these numbers as you see them, those numbers are low. Our data, we're able to tell how much time the primary unit responds. It's harder from the data to tell when there are multiple units and something that we're working on, but these calls can often be responded to by more than one, but at least 2,000 hours. These things very rarely result in use of force, arrest, and up to a quarter come through a non-emergency line. These are some of the things that we are learning about our calls to help us make informed decisions. Crisis call diversion is not common yet in our country, but it is also not novel or untested. We have had a chance to learn from other cities who are leading the way. And again, those conversations with our multi-agency planning team have given us a lot of confidence that this is something that we can and should do. Let me highlight just one, Houston. To the best of our knowledge, Houston's been doing this longer than anyone else. They started in 2016. They've diverted over the first 5 years about 7,400 calls that would have otherwise gone to law enforcement, representing about 5.8% of their CIT-related calls, saving officers about 11,000 hours of time that they can focus and use elsewhere. They have moved to 24/7 coverage, seeing the value of this, staffing it with 9 clinicians. This is just one example. We've gotten all the protocol from them as we have from other cities here and are continuing to learn and engage with these partners. Our next pilot is our community responder pilot. This is about unarmed response teams. And I'm going to spend the most time talking about this pilot today because I think it's the one that gets the most questions and may have the most interest. Our community responder teams pilot is meant to provide rapid trauma-informed care for 911 calls for service that involve nonviolent behavioral and mental health needs and other quality of life concerns. And this could include calls that may involve unsheltered persons, calls that involve substance use. And that to respond with these with a 3-person unarmed team of skilled compassionate responders that I'll outline a little later. The next 8 slides are going to provide a high-level overview of how this pilot works, and they're going to provide supporting data of things that we've learned from other cities and from our own work here locally. So the first step in a pilot like this is to figure out which calls are appropriate for unarmed responders. I'm going to get into that in detail in just a minute. Let me talk about how we got there. We had 4 main strategies for doing this as our planning team. One, we looked at evidence from other cities. We will not be the first city to send unarmed responders to calls. We've been able to learn from cities that are already doing this, understanding what are the calls that are eligible, what are their exclusion criteria, what are their outcomes they're seeing as a result of that, how many times did they have to call for police backup? All of these things have informed our decisions. We've gotten input, again, from our multi-agency planning team, from Durham behavioral health providers, and from residents about what they hope to see and what they think is appropriate. We've done a deep dive into data, as we'll continue to show you today on calls. And then we have observed similar calls through ride-alongs with DPD. All of these steps have informed our strategy. After identifying the appropriate calls, it's about sending the right team. And our view, after learning from a lot of other cities, consulting locally, is we're recommending a 3-person team that would include a licensed clinician, a peer support specialist, and an advanced EMT. As we have studied models in other cities and consulted with Durham residents and our planning team, we've reached the conclusion that these positions provide a necessary and unique set of skills that will best position us to respond to mental and behavioral health calls and other quality of life concerns. There's a lot of benefits and reasons to support a team-based approach. Team-based approach can help mitigate safety risk for unarmed responders. There's strength in numbers. There also, each of these types of positions have unique training around safety that can best position this team around situational awareness. A team-based approach also gives us the best chance of matching the needs of a person with the right expertise. And also to that, in addition to that, gives us the best chance of having someone on that team that can make a quick connection and build trust with the resident, which we know is crucial in this work. Finally, a team-based approach gives us the capacity to support others on the scene who are involved in the crisis. Something that we've heard a lot from residents that we have spoken with is that when a crisis occurs, it's not just about having personnel to speak with that person, but having the capacity to speak with family members, to be able to provide care and support there. A 3-person team gives us a better chance to do that. These teams will get calls through 3 primary vehicles. 1, direct dispatch from 911. So they'll be a part of our 911 system, receive calls that way. They'll be able to receive calls or requests from other first responders. So law enforcement arrives on the scene and they view that, you know what, this is a call that our unarmed responder team would really be appropriate for. They can radio to dispatch, dispatch can send them out. Finally, these teams will be able to self-initiate calls within protocol. For the eligible calls, we want our teams to be out in the community, to be proactive, building relationships, to be seen. If they see a call that is eligible, that fits protocol, they'll be able to radio into 911 and take that call. We see this as a similar approach in other cities. Denver is one example here. About 40% of their calls for unarmed teams are coming through dispatch. About a third are coming from police who are requesting them. And about a quarter of their calls are coming via self-initiated. Our teams, the goal is we want our teams to arrive in a timely manner that's appropriate. Our target is under 30 minutes. And to arrive in a manner that is credible and is trustworthy. We think that this goal is both kind of appropriate, ambitious, and something that we can attain. We've looked at average response times in other cities with unarmed responders that you see listed here. Some of our cities have noted that they're able to respond even faster on average than law enforcement because these are often lower priority calls for law enforcement, and it's the top priority for these teams, and that can have an impact. We also want responders, we've started talking with residents about the appearance and the look of responders and what's important. Our responders are planning to arrive in vans, similar model to other cities, with lights for safety reasons if they're on the side of the road, but no sirens. And they will be dressed in plain clothes, but with some clear identifier that associates them with the community responder program, which may be a t-shirt. The goal of our teams is to deliver person-centered, trauma-informed care. And through our work with other behavioral health providers and through our work with residents and listening to the kind of response that they want, these are some of the themes that have arrived. This is a rich slide. There's a lot here, and I hope you will go back and read these quotes. But at a high level, some of the themes that have emerged consistently are an approach that is harm-reducing and trauma-informed, that is accessible and inclusive, including really centering language justice access, an approach that is reliable and predictable, that residents want to be able in time to have a clear sense of what calls are going to be eligible for which type of response, and to have some sense that if they call about that there's a good chance that that type of responder will show up, and that they'll be aware of what types of things may trigger a different type of response. And then I would say one of the most consistent themes that I've heard is about the importance of familiarity, that they want at least one person on these teams, on each team, who knows the neighborhoods, who knows our community, who has lived experience of some of the issues to which we're responding. And that's something that we're committed to trying to meet as we design these pilots and staff them. Our teams will be able to transport They will transport during the pilot phase people to non-emergency facilities. This could include our 24/7 recovery and response center. It could include local shelters. Teams will not, during the pilot, be transporting people to private residencies as a safety protocol. And we're also not going to transport people to the emergency room because one of the goals is to divert from unnecessary emergency room use. If a resident requires the emergency room, EMS and a paramedic will arrive and provide that transportation. There's some promising results from New York City, which has unarmed responders teams now that are showing fewer people are being transported to the hospital and more people are accepting care that is recommended by unarmed response teams when compared to police and EMS. It's promising. It's one of the things that we'll look at here for these types of calls. Finally, and this is something I'll talk more about, follow-up. Another thing that I've probably heard as much as any in talking to other cities and talking to our residents and other folks on our planning team is that follow-up is crucial. That it's not just about the moment of crisis, it's about what happens in the day and the week following. And if we really want to help stabilize individuals and get them into the care that they want and need, it will take follow-up. We're committed to that. That's part of the Care Navigator pilot that I'm going to talk about in just a minute. So when we talk about unarmed response teams, the probably top topic that we have spent thinking about with this, and one of the questions that I get the most of, is about safety concerns. And we have been very intentional about thinking about this and planning for this. We have 4 major strategies around safety measures. One is clear exclusion criteria. We're again learning from other cities and looking at what is resulting from the types of calls and the exclusion criteria they have. We will have exclusion criteria. So even if it is an eligible call type, if it meets one of the exclusion criteria, we will not send unarmed responders. All of our teams will be visible to dispatch, and this is, I think, really important. They will also have police radios, and will know how to and have a protocol for when to radio for police backup. And we will also invest in intensive training that will be 1 to 2 months prior to any of our staff being out in the field. Let me just say a word about calling for police backup. It's one of the things we've been paying a lot of attention to. When we look at other cities who are out in front doing some of this work, Denver's been doing this for a year, responded to about over 1,700 calls now, and I've had to radio for police backup 0 times. But some cities do, and I want to be transparent and name that. San Francisco and Eugene that respond to a higher volume of calls, radio for police backup on about 2% of times. San Francisco has shared with us that none of those calls for backup have resulted in arrest or violence, but we want to be prepared for it, and these are our strategies for doing so. Our unarmed responder teams, these are the calls that we are planning to send them to. So nonviolent mental health calls or mental health crisis calls, suicide threat. Suicide threat, to be clear, is distinguishable from an attempted suicide, someone who is actively in the process. Suicide threat, trespass, which often involves unsheltered persons, welfare check, intoxicated person, calls for general assistance, calls for follow-up, panhandling and solicitation, calls around public indecency, and calls related to verbal disturbance. There are other calls that in time may be appropriate for consideration, but we're not going to start there. I've named some of them here. But part of our goal is through co-response to continue to figure out where the appropriate boundaries are for this work and to do so in a way that is responsible and with appropriate care. You can see here the exclusion criteria. So these calls, the calls that I named is where we're starting phase 1. These represent about 15% of resident initiated calls, about 1,500 calls a month. You can see that the clear majority of these calls are 3 and 4, so no known threat to life or property. These represent about at least 11,000 hours of police time, and up to a third of those calls, or roughly about that, come through our non-emergency line. When we talk about unarmed response, and I've had a chance to talk with a lot of residents about this, it understandably gets questions. But one thing to, I think, stress is Durham is not alone in any of this. And we can see from other cities who are out a little in front, building our confidence that this is work that we can and should do, that we can meet the needs of residents, and we can do so in a way that is consistent with the safety of our first responders. I'll talk a little bit about Denver just real quick. So Denver, which I've already mentioned, they started about a year ago. They started in a pilot process. They're moving from 1 to 6 teams now based on the success of that. It's had a lot of support from their police department. They also have a very robust co-response, and even with co-response, they have found real value in starting and in growing unarmed response teams. Their top calls are some of the calls we're talking about: welfare check, trespass, calls for assistance. They have a 2-person model team, but again, our local view is that adding a peer support specialist is really important. All right, our third pilot, and thank you for bearing with me, I know this has been a long meeting, is co-response. So co-response is again focused on our second of 2 in-person responses, and this is about in recognizing that some of our calls have a higher safety risk and making sure that we're able, regardless of the risk, the potential risk posed by a call, to send the right response. Our co-response pilot will pair a licensed clinician with a CIT officer. As you see here, down the road, we are interested in including a peer support specialist, but we're not going to start there. So we'll start a licensed clinician and a CIT officer. The Community Safety Department has collaborated with the Durham Police Department on a grant that was on the agenda earlier today, the Protect and Connect grant. Funding from that is going to fund 3 clinicians. 2 of those are going to support this pilot. A couple of features about this. So this is going to be a joint response. The clinicians will sit in community safety and will respond with CIT trained officers in the police department. We're not the only ones to do that, and I'll talk about that in a second. The CIT trained officer, one of their primary responsibilities is assessing the scene for safety and ensuring safety. That the clinician and officer can work together to de-escalate the scene. Then a clinician will take primary lead on delivering therapeutic de-escalation and harm reduction responses, and they will work together to try to connect people to the care that they want and need. And I just lost power, so I'm in City Hall. So 1 second, maybe it's just, I haven't been moving around enough. I'm just gonna go with it in the dark. I see everyone can smile. I don't know if I can get the lights on. Okay. All right, calls for co-response. So co-response, again, these are calls that potentially pose a higher risk. Right now, we're talking about those calls that we said were eligible for unarmed response, but if they hit one of our exclusion criteria, co-response. We also have calls that we think we're interested in learning more about that down the road maybe perhaps could be appropriate for unarmed response, but we don't know enough yet today to start there. This is the most responsible way. So this would include calls around disturbance, calls around drug use, and calls around prostitution or sex workers. Calls for involuntary commitments, and then other calls where there may be a behavioral health or mental health need, but they're not eligible for any of our other pilots. So this might include domestic violence where a licensed clinician could be helpful to an officer. So for those calls, excluding the phase 1 calls for unarmed responders, we're talking about 14% of resident initiated calls, about 1,400 calls a month. And one of the things I want to drive home here is you can see that these calls are primarily priority 2 level calls, which means that the level of threat is unknown. And that's why it's our recommendation that these are a good place and an appropriate place to start and maybe to stay with co-response. They represent about 7,000 hours of officer time at least. And then you can see the other stats that we've been reporting on. Fewer of these calls come through the non-emergency line. All these things point to the possibility of there being a potential for higher risk. So I've said that this is going to be a joint response between community safety and Durham Police Department. You don't have to look far down the road to see an example of this that's working. A year ago, Greensboro hired 6 clinicians. Those 6 clinicians do not operate out of the Greensboro Police Department. They operate out of their office of, or their Department of Equity and Inclusion. I have gone with Durham police officers to do a site visit of that to learn how it's going. And from everything that we hear from Greensboro law enforcement and from the clinicians, it's working really well. That's the kind of approach that we'll be learning from. Again, oh, thank you. That was Deputy City Manager Ferguson turning the lights on for me. All right. Lost my train of thought. Let me just say one other thing about co-response. It's the most common model out there, right? But there's still a lot that we need to learn about it and why it's still appropriate for a pilot. We have taken time as our staff to look at the research around it, and the research is promising, but it's also insufficient yet to really know what are the benefits and how do those benefits compare to other things that we're discussing. We think these things, again, fit together, but we think there's a lot more to learn and why we're going to do so through our pilots and evaluation. Finally, care navigators. This is about follow-up. This is about what happens in the day and the weeks after a crisis. We call this care navigators. The ideal here is 2-person teams that include a peer support specialist or a community health worker paired with a licensed clinician that provide in-person or phone-based follow-up and care for anyone who connects with either our co-response team or community responder unarmed teams. They provide that follow-up and connect with someone within 48 hours after a crisis. Again, these are two-person teams. The goal of this is not long-term case management. The goal of this is a quick connection. It could take multiple times, but ultimately to link people to the community-based care that they need and want. And we know that there's only so much that you can accomplish in that first moment of crisis, and that this type of follow-up is crucial. I cannot tell you, again, how many cities and how many of our own planning team really see this as a critical thing to be sure that we do well, that it can really add a lot of value. There's a lot of gaps right now in this. And so adding this capacity, I think, is really essential to ensuring that we can are best positioned or better positioned to meet the needs of residents. San Francisco is a good example of this. They have unarmed response team, but they also developed an office, what they call the Office of Coordinated Care, that is focused on follow-ups for their unarmed response team. So similar to our model, they have a two-person model with a community health worker and licensed clinician. They now have 4 teams in place, and they are able right now to follow up with about 60% of the residents that their teams initially encountered. One final note on follow-up, that I mentioned our crisis call counselors earlier. They also have an important role to play here. For any person that a crisis call counselor talks to through 911, there's going to be a set of protocol and an expectation on when they follow up that could range from 2 hours for more serious matters to 2 weeks. If they identify something that could be a potential down the road and they want to check in on someone, they want to make sure referrals are followed through. And if someone needs or wants in-person follow-up, then we can leverage and tap into our care navigators. So that completes the high-level overview of the pilots. Let me talk about timeline and when these things can get off the ground. We have been involved and engaged in an in-depth and I think appropriate planning process. This is the moment of transition though. We are moving now towards implementing the pilots. Over the next several months, you can see the main steps here. Obviously, this presentation is a big one. We are working now to onboard 2 critical supervisory positions, an operations field administrator and a clinical manager that will be necessary for supervising clinical staff. In February, my hope, and we're working with HR on this, is that we'll be able to post all of our remaining positions that we currently have for the pilots. That process, February, March, and April, will be about recruitment and hiring. And by May, to have staff on board in 1 to 2 months of training. And that puts us, which is as fast as we can move. That puts us at the pilot's not launching until the end of this fiscal year, or even into the early part of next fiscal year. But our goal is to try to launch these pilots as close together as we can, again, because they're not siloed, because they work together. But this is the timeline that we are working on. It is possible that this timeline of launching by June or July could slip if we have workforce hiring issues, which we're trying to learn about from Alliance Health and others about what the market is like right now for clinicians. And it could slip with supply chain issues, but this is what we are working hard to accomplish. Let's talk about the change that we hope and anticipate seeing. I'm not going to read all of these out, but at a very high level, the goal of these pilots is to better serve the needs of our residents, which means helping connect them to the care that they need and want, and being able to demonstrate that we've done that. It means building resident confidence. Some of our residents are wary to call 911, right? That's what we have heard in our conversations with residents. Some, I'm not saying that is, I have no idea of knowing how large that number is, but some are. In efforts like this that are attempting to better match responses with the needs of residents, if they're successful, can help to build confidence in our ability to send the right response. We can also help save time. We can help save time for our officers so that they can focus on areas where we need them most, on areas of violent crime and other type of crime. And we can also help save time in our emergency communications center that deals a lot with repeat calls. So there's a variety of things that we aim to accomplish and that we will be tracking through our evaluations. There's also a lot of things that we want to understand through our pilots. Let me say at a high level, we've built a lot of confidence in learning from other cities and through our planning team. To me, the biggest question is not like, are these models going to be good for Durham down the road? The biggest question and the thing that we want to learn is, what does it mean in Durham to deliver these services in a way that meets our residents' needs and that is designed for our local context? There's a lot of refining that I think we need to do, but I have a lot of confidence in the general models. But there are a lot of things that we will want to learn through our pilot phase, and we're going to be in a period of refinement, process improvement that's going to depend upon a lot of ongoing engagement for residents to understand how to better design these services. We are committed to rigorous evaluation. It's something that I really believe in. And part of that is going to be third-party evaluators. So we have an ongoing relationship with RTI. They have secured grant funding from Arnold Ventures that is going to support a rigorous external evaluation of these pilots. We're also exploring UNC's Center for Health Equity Research is interested in pursuing a grant that could also support the evaluation of this work in a way that complements what RTI is doing. And let me just highlight some of the things that I really liked about that approach. It really focuses on a community participatory and community-based research and evaluation that would include not just surveying residents or interviews, but taking the data that is collected to that and then going back to the community for people to work together to make sense of it. What does this data really mean? What are the next questions that we need to ask? I think that's awesome, and I'm hopeful that something like that can work out. And we're going to continue to look at and explore options for evaluation that help to complement these efforts and help us learn more. We are committed, I am committed, hear it from me, to transparency and accountability. There's lots of ways we'll do that, but one way is that we are planning on having regular dashboards that we report out on monthly once these pilots launch that have metrics that people care about, metrics that people want to know and hear. And we're going to be putting those out on our departmental webpage every month. You can see some of those things here, and as we get the dashboard up and operational, I'll look forward to sharing it with you. And then as I think I said at the beginning and I've said throughout, we are committed to ongoing community engagement. We've done a lot in leading up to this and in planning, but my view is launching pilots is not the end of community engagement. It is the opportunity to double down and dig in, because that's a rich opportunity to really learn from residents about what's your experience like, how can we continue to refine this service delivery, and we are going to be really committed to that, and that's one of the reasons why a position that I prioritized was hiring a community center designer. This is the final slide. This is about what can we do with what we have. So currently, we have 9 positions in our department that I have held on to support these pilots. 2 of those positions are supervisory, providing critical oversight. That's our operations administrator and our clinical manager. They're not reflected in this slide. That leaves us an additional 7, plus the potential 3 that come through the federal grant, our clinicians in our department. That gives us a total of 10 to put towards and allocate across these pilots. Here's what I can tell you about that capacity. It is capacity sufficient to launch small-scale pilots that we can begin learning and doing this work, and we are going to proceed as fast as we can do it well to get these pilots off the ground now. So we will have anywhere between 7 to 10 if the federal grant is approved that will launch each of these pilots, and you can see how we're recommending that we allocate those staff across the pilots. A couple more notes about this. You can see what that capacity allows us to do. So using the data that we draw upon, I'm happy to share more of those data dashboards with you. This is our, we estimate that our crisis care counselor can respond to about a third of eligible calls. Our unarmed responder team's about 8% to 22%, depending on some of the factors of how much time off they have and how much time we invest in training, et cetera. 10 to 18% for co-response teams. And then care navigation is just a more difficult thing to assess at this point. I say that to also say clearly that we can get going with what we have, and we will need more to continue to scale these pilots so we can learn the things that we want to, and so that we can grow pilots that are successful. We are working now through the budget process to bring back to City Council the recommendations for additional staff that we will need to advance this work. We have already done a lot of thinking around that, and we're excited to come back to you with those plans. And we're excited that we can get going with what we have. I think that I'm going to wrap up my comments. I feel like there's something really important that I wanted to say, but you know what? I bet it's going to come out through our time of questions. So again, thank you for your time today. I know it was a long presentation. Again, I appreciate your support, and I look forward to our conversation that we're going to have right now.
Ryan, thank you so much on behalf of the entire city. Just thank you so much for an excellent, much anticipated, much awaited presentation. You as well, Anise, for this incredibly important work that you're shepherding and quarterbacking for us. I know we're going to have a great, robust conversation about it. Colleagues, we do have 2 speakers signed up for this item. So what I'm going to do, with your permission, is we're going to entertain our speakers. First, we'll give them 3 minutes each, and then we'll engage as a council. Our speakers are Amade Borja and Paul Wincoop. We'll go in that order. They'll each have 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, if you can make our friends hearable.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Amade Borja has departed from the meeting, but Paul Wincoop is here.
All right. Paul, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can.
Good afternoon. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to show up to speak in support of agenda item 10 for the pilot program. I think it's really important that we have non-police responses to, frankly, everything, but I think it's a good start to get going with handling behavioral and mental health crises. And I just wanted to speak, specifically to some of the vacancies. So there are 5, sorry, let me get this right. It looks like we have some vacancies in the Durham Police Department, and we talked about reallocating the remaining 15 policing vacancies. And I'm speaking in support of having those vacancies reallocated to the Community Safety Department so that we can have more unarmed crisis response for behavioral and mental health. So yeah, I think this pilot program is really great. And I think if we want to make Durham different, like we say it is, I think we can follow what other cities have done and really try to push for alternatives other than policing. I think this would be a great start. So that's all I had to say. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your patience and being with us this afternoon. And we appreciate your comments greatly. Colleagues, I think that's all since Mr. Borja is not here. Madam Clerk, if Mr. Borja should return, please let me know. And I'll be more than happy to give him his 3 minutes. But it's on us now, colleagues. I'm going to yield. I see Councilmember Reese's hand up, and we'll start with you. And then Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. Appreciate that. And I want to thank Director Smith and his staff. As the Mayor Pro Tem said, this is a long anticipated presentation. I don't say this a ton, but that's got to be one of the most impressive presentations I've seen as a member of the Durham City Council. The level of research, reliance on data, the experience of cities who have gone before us, the incorporation of feedback and recommendations of our local public safety experts, including folks at the Durham Police Department. Just really, really impressive. And I have a lot of things I want to say about it. But I think maybe the best thing to do right now is to give Director Smith the opportunity to respond to Mr. Wincoop's comments about headcount and capacity to do more. I think one of the things that we talked about in our budget process for the current fiscal year back in late May and early June was the possibility of increasing staffing in this department at this point mid-year. And the last slide you showed us, Dr. Smith indicated that that's not something that you're asking for today, even though we have this mechanism set up to be able to accomplish that. So I'm hoping you'll share your thoughts with us about what you're thinking on that is. And yeah, then we can have a conversation about it then.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese, for that question. So we have done a lot of thought about the resources that we will need beyond what we have today, a lot of thought, and we are working hard on plans through the budget process on additional staffing that can support these pilots. When I presented plans to city leadership, one of the things we talked about was the timeline. And the reality is that the fastest that these pilots are going to be operational in the field is around the start of the new fiscal year. And I really got to move around more. I'll bring in a smaller room. Okay. And the reality that these pilots are going to launch either close to the end of the fiscal year or even after it led the administration in an approach that I think is pretty reasonable to say that's what the budget process is for. The budget process is meant to allocate resources. If something can fall within that, then it's better to do so, and you can make decisions across the whole organization. When asked can I provide confidence that we can deploy resources that would be moved mid-year this fiscal year? I can't. I can't say that if you give us additional resources mid-year, that by the conclusion of this fiscal year, I guarantee that they will be out in the field. We will work, I can tell you that we will make use of any resource that we have, absolutely. And we have plans, and you can expect that you will, as part of the budget process that we're actively working on now, from pre-list all the way to our new budget initiatives, we are planning to come to council and request additional resources, and I look forward to that.
Mayor Pro Tem, I had some more general thoughts about the fantastic presentation we got, the deployment of the program and the pilots, but I want to, if it's all right with you, I'll defer that and let other folks get in to talk about that specific question, if that's all right with you.
Absolutely. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I also have some specific questions about the proposal, but just, continuing to think a little bit about staffing. The slide that shows the current staffing that would be put into pilots, I believe there's a, I'm sorry, Ryan, can you remind me what slide? I'm kind of digging through all this stuff.
Would you like me to pull that slide up?
It looks like 43 in my.
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now. Sorry, 1 second. And if y'all want me to leave these slides up, I certainly can. I believe, Councilmember Johnson, you're talking. Also, we had this awesome appendix. Can't get to it, but I hope you all will look at that amazing work.
I did.
Okay. This is, I believe, the slide you're referencing.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm interested to know if we had additional resources in the department, where you would put them. If we were to decide to move those 15 frozen DPD positions or positions from anywhere else in the city or funding from anywhere else in the city, where do you think it would be the most useful in terms of beefing up what we can do with pilots as soon as possible?
Sure, I'm happy to speak to that. Again, we are giving a lot of thought to additional resources that we will need. Let me answer that question. One thing, let me just say, one of the things that are limited in small scale pilots, there are some additional things that we want to learn. Now, we're going to be able to learn those as we get additional resources in the next fiscal year, but that includes some things like we're interested in late night hours or weekend hours, because we know that service delivery is going to be different when there are fewer community-based services. We're interested in understanding a strategy where teams are assigned to specific kind of neighborhood or geographic areas versus citywide approach. And we'll be limited in some of those things we can learn initially, but we have clear plans for how we're going to grow into that and do that as we head into the fall. Your question is, if we had 15 additional resources, how might we allocate them? I can certainly speak, given the planning that we're already doing, that we would add in every one of these pilots, we would add at least 1 or 2 to crisis call diversion. We would add and ultimately have 3 community responder teams. We would add peer support specialists to the co-response team, and we would add at least 1 more person to care navigation so that they can function as a team. So, at a high level, and again, happy to provide more on that, and we will through the budget process, but we have given a lot of thought to that.
Awesome, thank you. And appreciate, the budget process being the place where we most holistically consider the needs of the entire city. However, this transfer was considered at our last budget process and was intentionally kicked down the road 6 months for us to consider now. So while we don't typically take up mid-year, actually, that's not actually true. We often take up mid-year budget items like we did for the public safety staffing at our last meeting, though we try not to take up mid-year budget items. We often do, just because of needs and lack of clarity at budget time as to what we want to do. And this is an amazing presentation. This is a really excellent model. I would like to see us do more. I'd like to see us consider how we might do more with the additional resources that we already have frozen in the police department, vacancies that we know we can't fill anytime soon. There was one question specifically, Ryan, about the way y'all decided which call types to respond to for the community response teams. I think this is on, slide 24. Can you talk a little bit about how you decided which calls would be initially eligible and which ones would be on that future consideration list
Sure, happy to speak to that. So, there were, and part of this I think is, I'll leave this slide up, but in an earlier slide I talked about the four general strategies that we approached this with. So one, we looked at, and you'll see in the appendix, a list of calls that are in our phase 1 calls in every city that is already doing that. So there's some details there. So we looked at what are other cities already building confidence that we can do. That was one thing. So other cities and understanding the outcomes of those. We have this multi-agency planning team, and as that group that included, all the folks that I named earlier, there was a conversation and ongoing conversations about the types of potential risk involved in these situations, where it was appropriate to start. There was not always agreement in some of those conversations, and some of those things where there was less agreement felt like things to put into something that we want to intentionally name that there is real possibility, and it may be appropriate to grow into these areas, but we need to do more to build our local confidence and to understand these calls. And I think one good way to do that is to have clinicians, in addition to officers on the scene, who can help us from a clinical perspective think about the appropriateness of these calls for other types of responses. And again, we looked at data. So as I showed you that these calls under future consideration, they are typically of a higher priority level. So more often unknown threat versus priority 3, which are most of these calls, which there is no known or potential threat involved in these. So there was a variety of ways that we went about it. And it seemed important to find a place that we could start. And this is a place that we feel good about starting, and a good place to learn and demonstrate our capacity to deliver this well. And then through other pilots and in time, have the conversation about where else, if anywhere else, would be appropriate to grow.
Thank you, that's helpful. I know there are some cities that have done really good work on sex worker diversion programs, which I think we could learn a lot from, specifically on that prostitution question. I can understand how that might be a higher priority issue in certain circumstances, but yeah, would definitely be interested in figuring out a way to put sex work into that. I feel like that would be my highest priority of those 4, just because of the opportunities to do some work similar to work that's been happening in other cities that's been really successful in sex worker diversion programs.
Yeah. And if I might, Councilmember, just one thing I'd add on that. That's a good point. And to be clear, there's a couple reasons why things are in future consideration. We tried to prioritize some things, knowing that we won't have nearly the staff to even cover the volume of calls that we start with. So things like noise complaints, part of the reason that they're not in our initial pilot is because the response to that may be quite different. I don't know that noise complaints, which are really often helping neighbors deal with issues that they're having a hard time dealing with their own, is going to require an advanced EMT necessarily. So I think some of these are going to potentially require different team makeups, and we chose not on a thing like noise complaints to dig in. We have talked about, and I agree with you, there's a lot of opportunity around sex work, and remain interested in continuing to learn from some other cities and think about how we could either fold that in here or what the response is. But these things are named specifically in future consideration because there are a number on our planning team, including myself, who think that these hold real promise, but we need to do some additional work.
Great, thank you. And my last question was about where we're at on traffic. I know we need, to get the General Assembly to give us permission to send non-sworn folks to deal with traffic issues. Are we trying to get something introduced in the short session on that?
So yes, I have been talking with Deputy City Manager Ferguson and Carmisha Miss Wallace about this. The last we left off, the plan is to work to get something in front of with our delegates in front of the General Assembly this session. There's a little bit of information on that in the appendix. Given the legal barrier that we face that prevents us from doing anything, I have made it, in the first 6 months, it's been a lower priority, but something that we're still interested in and something that we have on our radar to support our delegation in advancing to see if we can get the kind of exemptions that Wilmington and Fayetteville have and that Greensboro and Raleigh are also seeking. So still very much something that we're working on, but that's why we didn't talk about it in detail today.
Yeah, thank you. I think that, clearly from our data, that would take a huge chunk out of what police officers are currently doing, is responding to, those sort of minor traffic incidents where all you have to do is write a ticket or get a car towed or something like that. It feels like that should be, if we can figure out how to get it through the General Assembly, that would be a really transformative place to move next. And having cities in North Carolina that are already doing it that we can work with and learn from is great. I was interested, I was glad to see that Raleigh and Greensboro are also requesting that exemption, and hope that our delegation and theirs can work together to try to make that happen. Hopefully they won't have to trade a pound of flesh for it. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Freeman. I think you can pull the presentation off the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Each other.
Yes, sir.
Put it back up as necessary. Councilmember Freeman. Sorry.
Thank you. And I wanted to thank my colleagues for the questions. I really wanted to just really request, the PowerPoint presentation is really good information. Is it possible to make that available by PDF for the public?
Absolutely, Councilmember Freeman, we can do that. We're also going to put it on our departmental webpage, but we can do that. And if you would like a PDF version, we can share one with you as well, but absolutely.
I have the presentation.
Okay.
I know that folks are asking questions. I'm sitting there like, I'm not sending this out to everybody. So I know that that this work is a long ways from done, and I really appreciate all that's been poured in so far. And I really wanted to hear on the research side of this, kind of getting some feedback on how, I guess, because I really like the community participatory research process, and I can appreciate how people pour into that. And I really wanted to know how RTI and I guess our community partners that'll be involved in that will actually be engaged, so that we can, just continue to keep it an open process that more folks are actually involved in. I also want to know, I really appreciate all of the qualitative quotes. Those are really, it just shows the diversity of where folks are at this, and kind of what the priorities are. And I just want to thank you for that as well. It's a great presentation, and you did a great job, Brian. Mr. Smith, this is, when we first talked about, doing the study, I was really grateful that RTI stepped forward to kind of jump in immediately and to try and figure out where the calls were and where they were going, and losing, and I don't want to mess up her name, but Monica definitely felt like it was going to be a little bit hard, but I see that you're coming together. It's coming together, and we're continuing to push forward, and I appreciate where we're going. I understand it's a pilot, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes out of it, and I know that it's going to be critical. I do want to add that it will be probably a little bit more helpful to give some demographic information about the comparative cities that we're using, just making sure folks understand, especially around the types of crimes that are occurring, if there's more domestic violence or less, kind of like just making sure that that's noted. That would be a little bit helpful. But other than that, it's pretty good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. We can work on that last request. Thank you. And for your other words.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, Councilmember Reed.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just noticed that the two chairs of our Community Safety and Wellness Task Force are on the meeting, and I believe want to be heard about, or just to speak on the item. And I didn't know if you wanted to give them the opportunity to talk to us about it.
I hadn't received indication that they were seeking recognition. I'm looking at them. I don't see their hands up, but if they've indicated, I'll be more than happy to entertain the chairs if we'll make them hearable. Mr. Kaysen and Marsha Owen, Ms. Owen. And Madam Clerk, if you can make them hearable, do they wish to? All right, Mr. Kaysen, I think you're good afternoon.
How you doing? Yeah, we were asked by the task force to make a statement if possible.
Sure. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon again, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, as well as Manager Page. First of all, thank you to all the members of this council for your support of the work of the Community Safety Wellness Task Force. And again, my co-chair, Marsha Ordinance, here as well. Our task force members asked us to be present simply during this work session while Director Smith's report was being presented, and to express our support and excitement for the groundbreaking work that his team has done and what he's outlined in this presentation. And while we understand that there are many factors to consider, we also hope, as we expressed in a recent recommendation to the council, that there might be additional capacity added to that department to support some of the upcoming recommendations that we anticipate based on current subcommittee work. And our subcommittees are working hard and really hearing great things from our community. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. On behalf of a grateful city, thank you for the work you and your co-chair and the entire task force are doing on our behalf. We deeply appreciate it. Councilmember Reese for helping me identify that. Colleagues, anyone else wish to speak on this? Any questions or comments? Councilmember Williams.
Yeah, can I get just a 30-second update? I hear the word vacancy a lot, and I hear frozen vacancies or frozen positions from the police department. And I guess blame it on me being new, but I also know we have vacancies everywhere. You know, so is there any particular reason why it's coming specifically from one department, or is it because the work is aligned in a sense? Because I look at this more as like a holistic approach to lightening the load on the police department, but I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out the specificity with the police department rather than just, you know, being able to do a both and here.
I don't know if that was rhetorical, if anybody wants to answer.
Whoever can answer, I don't even know who to ask about it. I just know, let me say this, I got a lot of emails, I'm sure you guys did too, and I want to acknowledge that I received those emails, but I also want to make sure that we are doing the best work here and being fiscally responsible, you know, as we are trying to find something that I am extremely impressed with. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for this presentation and this good work and the engagement that came with it. You know, I just want to just in regards to recommendations, I'm looking at what, you know, again, I believe Councilmember Johnson, this first slide she asked for, I too was looking at that, and what is your timeline? When do you think you're going to need to ask for more resources? You know, and you know, I just want to make sure that we do provide the resources you need at the relative time, and I want to make sure that we're also giving you time to let the palette perform itself out, so that we can have proper data to do the right thing. Which is, you know, you may need 15, you may need 30. I don't know. I don't think we've gotten there yet because you haven't started the palette. So that's the intent why I'm asking these questions. But you know, I know that we have vacancies all over the city, and I'm looking from a budget standpoint, allocation and funding for a specific allocation. So I don't know, Ryan, if that's a question for you or Wanda or who?
Councilmember, thank you for that. I see Manager Page has made herself visible, so we'll yield to her.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for an opportunity. But before I try to respond to that, it may have to take two or three passes at it. But I would like to thank Director Smith for not just the presentation that he and Assistant Director Vance have been here for us today for over 30 minutes, talking about the great work that they have been doing, but with the engagement with partners and community and just the intensity for which they have tried to develop this work in a very deliberate way. As it relates to, you know, frozen positions, that discussion did take place as Councilwoman Johnson talked about back in June before the budget was adopted. The actual action was freezing positions that did not have people in them at the time, and they were allocated to the police department. So that's the factual matter of where the frozen positions are. And as it relates to funding and how we make recommendations around funding, our recommendations generally are that funds be spent when they are needed, or at least in an operational, on an operational timeline. We have an operational budget, we spend money, and then we reallocate money that's not spent, regardless of where it's budgeted or if it's frozen or not. It goes to our fund balances, and then we sort of retool ourselves to try to fund the next year's needs. So I don't know if I'm actually responding. If it has to do more with the discussion that happened in June, I think, the council members that are here would be better to describe those discussions. But, certainly as the, city manager or the administrator, we make recommendations based upon what we have and what we see and when we expect to have the needs. And it's not always a perfect formula, but it is what we strive to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Page. Councilmember Williams, did you have any other questions or comments before I move on?
I can only rely on you all that have been here before me to answer that question more specifically, but I think Manager Page just did a really good job of helping me understanding the operational timeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson, did you?
Yeah, thanks. I think Manager Page covered most of what I was going to say to try to explain what had happened in the last budget process with the freezing of the 15 positions to evaluate at this point whether we would then move them into community safety. And the rationale for freezing those positions in police is that the community safety department will be taking work from the police department along with the positions from the police department. So this is work that our police department is currently doing. Our police officers are responding to these calls. They'll continue responding to these calls until we hire more folks in the community safety department to do it. And so that was the idea, is that we are moving work from the police department to community safety, and along with the work, the funding for the work. And yeah, that's all. I think that, we made the decision to decide whether or not we were going to do this in January of this year. So if we don't do it now, I don't know if those positions stay frozen, or it doesn't really matter. We've got 100 vacancies in the police department. We're not going to fill them. So whether they're frozen or not is it's not really that important. There's always going to be 15 positions in the police department that aren't being used, whether or not we formally freeze them. But the 15 cap was to decide at this point whether to move up to 15 of those positions over to community safety. Just looking at Ryan's proposal for the pilot staffing, we could double the staffing for the pilots by adding just 10 people, which would, we could have more community responder team, more of each of these teams, more care navigators, more diversion, and allow us to do more calls. I think that I'm really impressed with this presentation and with this proposal. I think we're moving in the right direction. I'd like to see us do more. We have the resources to do more. And I think that we should consider that today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Caballero.
I apologize. I just saw Imade Borja's hand up. I think he was going to speak earlier, and so I was just flagging it. And
Your neighbor?
Imade Borja?
Oh,
the resident. I'm sorry if I said that incorrectly.
No, not at all. I appreciate the help. Councilmember Reese, would you mind yielding and so we can get Mr. Borja and Madam Clerk, if you would make Mr. Borja available to be heard. Thank you, Councilmember Caballero, for pointing that out. Mr. Borja, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Imade Bora. I'm a communications professional, and I'm also the founder of mental health nonprofit Depressed While Black. And the main thing that we do is we give Black affirming personal care items to psychiatric patients. I was also hospitalized myself and really needed to have items for my hair and my skin. And so I give that to psychiatric patients. I'm a Durham resident. I live in the 27713 zip code. I'm speaking on work session agenda item 10. I want to thank the Durham City Council for pursuing alternatives to police crisis response. And I'm here to amplify the demand of Durham Beyond Policing in reallocating the 15 frozen DPT vacancies to fully staff the new Department of Community Safety pilots. I really deeply want unarmed, skilled crisis care response because I experienced a police wellness check when I was living on the West Coast, and it was the most terrifying moment of my life. I told my therapist that I was really struggling. I was really depressed. I told her I didn't want to live, and then I took a nap, which is what a lot of people do. You know, when you get depressed, you just go to sleep. And I woke up to two armed police officers at my house asking if I'm okay. And it was so terrifying because I knew that if I didn't follow every direction and every demand that they had, that I could be killed. And it's really difficult, and it's really terrifying when you're in the middle of a mental health crisis and maybe you can't think clearly. Maybe you have a hard time following directions. It's really terrifying that the person that checks up on you can kill you. And so in that moment, I had to push my mental health challenges to the background. I just pretended to be, you know, perfectly fine and perfectly well so that I can survive that interaction. But when someone's in a mental health crisis, we shouldn't have to think about trying to keep ourselves alive because we may get killed by the police. We should be thinking about therapeutic care. And so I am against the co-response model with the police officer that is connected with the mental health professional. I want completely police-free interaction because people should not have to worry about being killed when they're in a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing powerful story with us as well. We appreciate you being with us this afternoon. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. I feel like we have a lot more to say about the underlying pilot and presentation separate and apart from this kind of staffing and resource issue. So I wanted to propose a potential path forward that gets us to talking about the substance of the presentation if other folks have more comments about that. So what I would suggest, because the other thing I'm uncomfortable doing today is having us take some kind of action to transfer the frozen positions in the face of Director Smith's, I guess, his comments around whether or not that would be useful to him between now and the end of the fiscal year, the fact that the budget process is currently underway. And I don't know that it makes a ton of sense for us as elected officials to decide, well, you could do this with a certain number of people or that with a certain number more people. Plus, I think it makes a lot more sense if we're going to make this decision for us to know what we're voting for and what we're not voting for. And so, and in light of the fact that our mayor isn't with us, and I know she is keenly invested in this particular specific issue and will want to weigh in and have her say, I would recommend the following if the administration and my colleagues are amenable to asking Director Smith to go back and figure out what the productive use to which he could, if any, that he could put an additional 15 positions now versus during the next budget, next fiscal year budget. And included in that, I would hope would be a realistic assessment of the department's current internal capacity for hiring that many people, because I know hiring ain't easy at the best of times, and this isn't the best of times. And also a consultation with our HR department to find out kind of what that would look like from a process and timeline perspective. If we only gain like a month, then I'm not sure it's worth the kind of intervention we're talking about. But if it's something that we could do on a much more straightforward and quicker timetable, I do see the benefit of deploying more robust pilots. And it's obviously something, you know, just cards on the table, friends. Coming into this meeting, The staff recommendation was pretty compelling, but having received the letter that we received from our Safety and Wellness Task Force that was unanimously approved by their membership, and the fact that our co-chairs were here today to forward the recommendations to us, I think it's at least worth looking at what that would mean on the ground, what can be reasonably achieved. And since I don't think it's fair to put the director on the spot about that today, I wonder if it makes sense for us to defer that question until such time as he can make a concerted determination about what of those resources he could put to use. And also, as I said, our mayor would be with us and be able to enter into this robust conversation with us. So that's just an idea I had. Thanks.
And it is noted. Thank you, council member. Colleagues, anyone else want to chime in, questions or comments? Councilor Caballero?
Yeah, I just briefly thank you, Director Smith. You have been at the forefront of some of our most important work as a city staff member for several years now. I greatly appreciate this presentation, all the work that your staff has done, all the work you've done with the many listed other agencies in the memo, along with our Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. I'm the City Council liaison to that task force, and the work that they've done is incredible, considering that every single person serves as a volunteer. They have provided hours and hours of free labor to our city and to our residents. I take their recommendation very seriously. I know that at least was my intent in June when we discussed these 15 frozen positions to really deeply consider that. I do appreciate Councilmember Reese's suggestion. I like that. I think letting the mayor weigh in, letting the community safety department staff figure out, okay, if we give them 15 more positions, where would they put them? How would they use them? And bringing that back to us makes a lot of sense. And so that is my position currently, is I would like to hear kind of an update on that.
Thank you, council member. Anyone else? Colleagues? Councilmember Williams?
Yeah, just real quick, are we working, this is an exploratory question. Is this, because Durham is such a large mass of Durham County, is this just a city, proposing as just a city initiative, or is there any potential for this to be a city-county possible partner, interlocal potential there? And the reason why I ask that, because we're talking resources, and I keep hearing 15 vacancies with the police department, whereas this is so much more than just police. And I think that's where I'm getting stuck. And I, now that I'm on council, I do want to explore more about this. And also I'm hearing other perspectives as well, where the relationships are Ms. Borja, the example that she gave was extremely compelling. I've heard those examples, and then there are others where they have a different relationship. So I just want to be one, holistic, two, consider all voices, and three, look at the potential without being extremely narrow in the approach on this. So I'm not really asking your question, Director Ryan, to answer right now, but more so, maybe as you're going back and considering the items that Councilmember Reese stated, I'd like to know how we can expand resources on this, because what supports Durham in this case, like where I'm from, originally Hobgood, North Carolina, it's like we don't even have a stoplight in the county. It's huge. In Durham, the city is almost the size of the county. And I'm not invoking the county involuntarily here, but I'm just asking about potential. And I think we're all saying the same thing, more resources, but I think I'm mostly saying more resources as they're needed. And that's why I was asking earlier about an operational timeline. If you say you're thirsty, I don't want to give you an ocean. I want to give you a bottle of water. So not giving you more than what you need to where it becomes reckless, but also making sure that we give you what you need to carry out this program effectively. So I'm asking you a question that we can answer later about the potential and potentially sharing resources like we do with other initiatives that are interlocal agreements. So please don't answer that now, but let's maybe discuss that next time.
Thank you, council member. Anyone else? Well, Councilmembers, thank you so much. I have a couple of comments I'm going to offer. And firstly, I want to start again with just massive commendations to you, Ryan, and Denise, for this marvelous piece of work. And clearly hours were put into it, days, weeks, months were put into it, chock full of data, chock full of science. I'm going to start my comments by saying this. Firstly, the government and administration of the city of Durham will never launch a department without intending to fully staff it. And we've used that term fully staffed, and I think that deserves some operationalization and some treatment within the context of this conversation. Because right now, for this department in its nascent stages, it's just been born, we don't know what fully staffed looks like. So I want to draw some distinctions today between, and I want to be very transparent and honor, this council by just being straightforward with you. I think we seriously need to parse the parts of this conversation that have actually been scientific and those that have been political. And Councilmember Williams, this may address some of the things you brought up earlier. When we voted to freeze the 15 positions, it was a 6-1 vote. I was one of the people that voted to freeze it. It was not a vote contingent upon automatic transference of the 15 at this time. It was contingent upon staff coming back to us with recommendations and with a report. That's happened today, and I've listened to you very carefully, Ryan, and I believe you. I believe what you said. I think you said you're not asking today. I believe you said that the budget process, you would come back with ask during the budget process. So I take you at your word. Let me say this. This department is going to succeed. This department will have everything it needs to succeed. We are vested. We are supportive. It's not going anywhere. It's not going to be disbanded. It's not going to be defunded. This department is necessary as a tool for this city and for this government to better serve our people. So I want to be very clear about that. There's no one that is against seeing this department succeed because it goes directly to who we are as a city and our values. I do want to acknowledge the number of emails we've gotten. I particularly want to speak to those who are clinicians who sent us emails, and particularly mental health workers, because you're scientists and you appreciate data. And what we need to understand, firstly, I think what we need to understand is that the number 15 has no science behind it whatsoever. There's no data, there's no scientifically arrived at reason why it's 15. It was a politically constructed compromise at the time of the discussion that we had. It's not based upon an assessment of pilot needs. We haven't started the pilots yet. It was an arbitrary number that we came up with from the police department, because quite honestly, there are some folk, and there are different addresses in this conversation. There are some folk who, as an article of faith, want to lessen the number of police officers. That argument in and of itself is its own justification. It doesn't have to be based upon metrics or whatever's happening over there. That in and of itself is the goal. And one of the things I noticed about the cities that are in your presentation, Ryan, none of our cities around the country are presenting these pilots as a one-to-one correlation to diminish the size of their police department. They're not saying, oh, we hired over here, we're going to make our police department smaller. None of those cities are saying that. What they are saying is they are augmenting their capability. So, and they're not taking from their police department, they're freeing the police department up to do other things. Things like some of the incredible nightmare scenarios we have with combating terrorism. I know we talk about violent crime a lot and Black and brown folk, but there are some other things that American cities confront that we as governments have to be able to confront fully staffed while we add to it and augment our toolbox to keep brothers and sisters that are mentally challenged alive. And I have to be honest with you. I think the people of Durham have spoken clearly. The people of Durham do not want just a cop on every corner, but they don't want them diminished either. The people of Durham also want us to have the capability to send unarmed mental health responders to folk when they need it. They've spoken very clearly. They want both. And that's, you know, those of us that are lucky to sit in these seats right now, that's what we ought to deliver. So I think it's really important that we honor the work that's being done and don't politicize it. One of the things I don't want to do is I don't want to put this new department in the exact same position that we've critiqued the police department for being in, where you've got positions that aren't filled by June, July 2022. Because we give you these positions doesn't mean that they're going to be hot filled. And I think you said that, Ryan. There's no guarantee that you would even use them. The other thing is so now I'm not really here for a political theater, the shell game. And empty positions in one department, if you move them to another, there's still empty positions. If the water department comes along one day and says, well, you know, community safety has empty positions, can we take those since they're not using them now? I don't think that's helpful to us. And it creates this false notion. Another notion it creates is that for some in this debate, those 15 positions, if and when we move them, and it might be 50, you might need 100 positions. We're going to do what we need to do to make this department successful. But there are some in this debate who will hope that the moving of those 15 positions, they'll be gone forever. For them, it represents a diminution of police department, like we won't go back and add those 15 positions if the police department asks for it. And we want to be very transparent. That's not what that vote was about 6 months ago. So not all, but for some, that is an on-ramp to those positions never coming back. We just passed a pay increase for police and firefighters. Theoretically, all of the vacancies we have may start to diminish because of the actions we took the other night. Our hope, and that was precisely our hope. So while we're looking at a bunch of empty positions in that department now, our hope, based upon the actions we've just taken, is that that will not be the case. Interestingly enough, there's no science attached to the 15, but there is science attached to the vacant numbers in our police department. Those numbers, those vacancies don't represent, oh, they don't really need them. They represent they haven't been filled, but those were based upon metrics like population growth, dealing with response times, thousands of people moving to our city each year. And the proposition that somehow, while we're not controlling for population growth, that as we add community responders or mental health responders, which we need to add, as we do that, that somehow addresses all of the other governance prerogatives of a city that's growing by thousands each year by doing a one-to-one correlation of diminishing our police capabilities, by the way, which is the same department that some of our responders will have to call on. But if we're going to continue to call on them, but still diminishing their capabilities, I just don't think that's not a real way of governing a growing American city. I think the people of Durham have made it very clear. They want both. They want us to be able to respond to a massive multi-pronged terrorist attack in our city. And they also want us to be able to respond with responders that will keep people alive. I didn't hear an ask from you today, Ryan. When I voted to freeze those 15 positions, I voted in good faith. And I meant it, that when you came back and asked for them to move, if you come back and say you need 50 in the budget process, then that's what I'm going to vote for. Because the folk who support this department support this department. There are no, and I want to make sure that we take the politics out of this. I know that sometimes movements require boogie men and women. Sometimes they require foils. Sometimes they require, an opposing force in order to gin up support, in order to do fundraising, in order to do things, to keep the energy alive. That doesn't exist here. That doesn't exist. It simply does not exist here. We all want this department to succeed. It will succeed. We're going to follow the data. We're going to follow the science. We haven't started pilot 1 as of yet. I listened to you very carefully. Say what you're going to do with the allocation that you already have. We're already basically in budget. We start budget, stuff in February and March. So we're basically already at the doorstep of it. If for some reason something happens and on an emergency basis, all of a sudden he said, I need more people immediately. You know, we've done pay increases in the middle of the year. We've hired cops in the middle of the year. But for a program now, we haven't had day one yet with the pilots. So I believe in science. I believe in getting the data. I believe that, you know, when you take all of the smoke out of it, this department is supported. It's going to be successful. This was a presentation today. This is not an action item for us today. And I'm just, one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to, you know, me personally engage in political theater, shifting positions that are not scientifically based, that weren't asked for to satisfy anyone. When you need it, Ryan, you're going to get it. You'll have my vote. When you ask for it, you're going to get it. But until then, I think it's very important, particularly those of us that are elected, to insulate our staff from any type of political machinations. You know, it's interesting when a department director in our organizational chart needs more positions, they don't attach a recommendation of where they're coming from. They just say, I need more FTEs. It would be a bit weird if they did start saying, well, why don't you take them from that department? You just ask for what you need and you get it. The other part of the level of discussion happens at this level and in the political realm, but I believe in science. The number 15 is not scientific. And if anybody listening to this debate is in a discussion and that number comes up again, I challenge you to ask, how did you arrive at that number? Because it is not based upon metrics, it's not based upon science, it's not based upon best practices. It was a politically crafted compromise. I know because I was there. I voted for it. But here today, we've seen numbers, we've seen facts, we've seen an incredibly crafted, serious, sober approach to bring our city into a partnership with some of the leading cities in our country and being in the vanguard of expanding our government's toolbox, our city's toolbox, to send the right response when it is needed. And that does not have to be, zero-sum game. It does not have to be at the diminution of one department over another. I'm going to call it out whenever I see it. There are some, and listen, I have no problem with folk who think that, the police department should be diminished as an article of faith. I'm a person of faith. I get it. But I think that the people of Durham have spoken. That the matter has been placed to them. The case has been made to them. And I think the people of Durham have chosen both. They've chosen a staffed police department, and they've chosen our ability to send unarmed mental health responders to people to keep brothers and sisters alive when they need it. I trust the people of Durham in their decision, and I trust this staff, and I trust what you asked for today. I'm glad to hear that we're going to allow the mayor, the mayor will have opportunity to weigh in on this conversation. But this is what we needed to hear today. This is what we needed to see today. I appreciate your straightforward, data-driven and data-based presentation today. And that's where I'm very excited about this work, and I'm very excited about the opportunity for us to move forward. So those are my initial comments. I see Councilmember Reese's hand has gone up. I'll yield to you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Always good to hear from you. Never in doubt where you stand on these important issues that face us. And that's obviously really important. We all need to know where each other stands. So appreciate your very clear and direct remarks. But that doesn't address the proposal that I made to get us to a decision point on this. And so we'll just put it to you again. Is that something that you're willing to entertain so that we can have some information about what the transfer would look like from the operational perspective in the department, and then allow the mayor to weigh in at our next work session?
Sure. Respectfully, with respect to your proposal, I think the issues you raised were already addressed in Ryan's presentation, at least in my hearing. He said that they would be making asks in the budget process, that what he has right now is sufficient to launching the pilots. I take him at his word when he said that. I listened very carefully for him to ask for an augmenting of it. So with that said, I believe that the proposal to augment it, again, for me, it's not scientific. It's based upon a reading of the vote we took last year, which to me as I recall the vote was we would freeze them pending a report back, which we've gotten today, and pending an ask from staff. I didn't hear that I hear that ask. Ryan is free, of course, as a department director to run numbers. And it sounds like he said he's always doing that as he sees fit. I mean, he doesn't need our permission to, blue sky or speculate what I could do if I had more. But to me, the imposition of more now, absent an ask, to me, weighs into that arena of politics, inserting itself in this process. So, I mean, that's where I am. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's a work session. I mean, the proposal is on record, but I don't know we're going to be suspending the rules or doing anything, or if you want thumbs up or something, but go ahead.
Actually, I don't know the answer to my question, but that's okay. You've given the answer you're going to give. That works for me. Just want to point out to my colleagues and the folks watching at home, it's not unprecedented or political for staff to come forward with a recommendation and members of this body to say, you know what, that sounds great. Some is good. Maybe more is better. Let's take a look at what that would look like. We've done that in the last year together as a council. So it's not about politics. It's about loving what this department does and trying to get us to the starting line more quickly. That's all I'm trying to do. But people are going to say what they're going to say about it. I can only do what I can do. I've made a proposal. I'm happy to hear from my colleagues. If enough of us ask that it go forward, that'll happen. If they don't, it won't. So appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk yet again. I'll probably try not to do that again today. Thank you.
Absolutely, Councilmember Reese. I appreciate you. And I promise you, until you feel you've exhausted, I will allow every opportunity to speak. Again, Councilmember Caballero, I'll yield.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that I supported Councilmember Reese's idea or suggestion earlier. I think even in the memo, it states very clearly, and Director Smith alluded to it, what would potentially be, what additional resources would do to create more robust pilots, specifically around adding resources at different times of the day, which would then give us the data that you are so emphasizing, Pro Tem Middleton. I'm curious about that. I, again, don't want to put him on the spot to try and figure that out in front of us. So I will just say, I agree with Councilmember Reese's suggestion. I think it's a good idea. I can think about the violence interrupter program where we actually had a menu of options. Staff came with a low ball, a middle ball, and a high ball. And we ended up going high. We ended up not going, and that was unanimous, not doing what staff recommended, and decided that we wanted to be bolder and move it forward because we understood the urgency. And at least for me, there's a lot of urgency around this issue. I think being able to do more quickly is important. So again, I want to say that I think it would be important to see what we could do, what the department could do with additional staff wherever they come from.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I would also appreciate getting that information from staff according to Councilmember Reese's proposal. I'm frustrated. I feel like we keep kicking the can down the road on what we really need to do to make this work successful. And under-resourcing it is a real risk, in my opinion. We are part of a system that prioritizes enforcement over all other interventions, enforcement by armed agents, over any other intervention. And it's hard to think outside of that box. I'm really excited that we're starting to do that and that other cities across the country are starting to do that. Right now, I feel like we're behind. I feel like Durham is a place where this kind of work, where we have the opportunity to really transform our city and our community with this kind of work. And I don't want that opportunity to slip us by, or for us to take longer than we need to meet that opportunity. When we have the resources right now in the city without adding any money to our budget, we can increase the amount of work that we're able to do for these pilots, which would also increase the amount of data that we're getting from the pilots and give us even more information about how to move forward. I'm really excited about the direction that we're going. I think that we're moving in the right direction, but I do feel like we're moving in that direction more slowly than we need to, and that there isn't a need for this kind of, for these sort of obstructions. We have the resources. All we have to do is decide to put them in the community safety department. It costs us nothing. And I think that if we had a more detailed proposal from community safety about where those additional resources might go, I hope that that might help persuade some of my colleagues to put more resources and more, put more of our energy behind this effort. I don't want this to just be a side project for the city. I don't want, some small number of calls to be responded to by community safety while the vast majority of people who are dealing with mental health crises or other situations continue to be responded to by police. I want the community safety department to be the primary responding agency for these kinds of calls that they're saying we don't need armed responders for. I want the department to grow and to be able to fill that role, and for that role to, and for their role in the city to continue to expand. And to make that happen, we need to continue to provide resources. And I think making these pilots bigger is a first step toward making this department a truly transformative agent of change. And also, it isn't that I think that the work that is proposed isn't great. Because I think it's great and that I think we should be doing it, that I want us to be doing more. And I really appreciate all the work that staff has already done to get us to this point. The resources that my colleagues have already committed to get us to this point. Again, I want us to push ourselves in this arena. It's very easy to start a new project and just give it a little bit. I want us to give this program, this work, a real chance to be successful. And I think we need more resources to do that. But given that no one is, going to want to do that today, I'm happy to hear back from staff about where more resources could be put and to reconsider it whenever and a reasonable time, for y'all to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I think that's going to happen in the regular course of our budgetary process, which has already been alluded to and which we're on the threshold of entering. I do want to say, the use of the term obstruction, I'm not sure what context you're using that in or you're fixing that to. Everyone, I believe, on this council and this government is supportive of this department. I was the first elected official in the city to call for the deployment of unarmed mental health responders in our city. So this department exists. And I think that, we need to be aware that moving the 15 officers now arbitrarily that may or may not get filled is not the victory. The victory is the very existence of this department. We have changed a whole organization chart to add a whole new department. I don't know when the last time a whole new department was born and added to an org chart. No one's obstructing anything. We all want this to succeed, but I also know the difference between the numbers that are supported scientifically and the numbers that aren't, the numbers that are arbitrary. And I'm not going to pretend that I don't. So we all want this department to succeed. I did not hear Director Smith make an ask for it. And that's what I was listening for. And everybody watching this debate, this discussion, let me be clear. This department will get what it needs, but I'm going to follow their lead. I'm going to base it on science. We're talking about augmenting pilots that don't exist yet. We haven't gotten data one yet from any of these pilots. The rollout date is proposed June, July of 2022. So to suggest that, and respectfully, I don't know if any of us are qualified to suggest that simply adding more folk at this time will lead to a bigger, more robust pilot. Because the implication is that those positions will definitely be filled. No one here can guarantee that any of those 15 spots will even be filled between now and June and July 22, let alone then make conclusions about how more robust the data would be. We first have to guarantee that those positions would be operationalized. There's nothing that indicates that right now that those positions would not put our new department in the exact same position that our police department's in right now with empty positions. And I don't think there's any virtue in playing a shell game with our org chart. And listen, an empty position in community safety and an empty position in the police department, if they're both empty, I'm not really, there's nothing for me virtuous about saying, well, at least they're empty, but they've got what they need. They're gonna have what they need. And I wanna be very clear to folk watching. The proposition that anything less than the wholesale immediate transfer of these 15 positions somehow points to non-commitment or somehow points to sabotaging this department or somehow points to not supporting this department is nonsensical and it doesn't follow. That is not the case. So a little more light rather than heat. As I said, the 15 is not a scientific number. They could be more robust with 15 or 25 or 30. That number was an arbitrary number. And now we have real numbers today. We have real plans today. We have real asks today from a department who said very clearly they're coming back during this budget process, which we are at the threshold right now, and coming back and we'll make asks. And I'll remind us again, and then I'll get to Councilor Caballero, the pilots aren't even running yet. The pilots haven't even launched yet. I trust these administrators, I trust these directors, I trust this council that created this department or voted for the creation of this department, and I trust our support of it. Any suggestion otherwise of obstruction or slow walking or not being committed, first is not true, and it's not helpful, and it's demonstrably not true. So, Councilor Caballero.
Thank you. I just noticed Councilmember Freeman's hand up a while ago. She lowered it, but I didn't want her not to get called on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman. Councilmember Freeman, are you there?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Did you want to speak?
I think you've covered it all.
Okay, thank you. So colleagues, if I'm understanding Councilmember Reese, you want the department to see what they do if we gave them more people? Is that, if you would just restate what your proposal is? I know 3 of you have indicated you want the staff to do that. Councilmember Williams and Councilmember Freeman have not weighed in on that yet. If you would just restate your proposal.
Sure. When we first discussed staffing for this department, I made it clear at that time, I thought that if we ended the current fiscal year at the same headcount as we started, that's not a good outcome. And I feel like that's where we're headed. And so we created this mechanism to make 15 additional positions available to the department. And I'd like for the department to take a look at how they might make productive use of that. And again, it wasn't, I demand that you tell me how you would spend 15 extra people. It's also, let's look at the capacity of the department internally to do hiring in partnership with HR to figure out what's realistic over the next couple of months. But I think it's worth, since we're having this conversation, I think it's worth knowing what we're saying yes to and what we're saying no to. And so that also has the added benefit of letting us finish this conversation out with the mayor here, who, as we all know, is very passionate about this subject. That's the sum and total of my suggestion to go forward.
Thank you for that, council member. I will just say, regarding the characterization of the original discussion, I do remember, I think it was you who proposed the compromise at that time, and the discussion we're having now, and we can go back and look at the records, it was contingent upon hearing from the staff. And I think that's important. I think that's important to add that to the record, because some people seem to be under the impression that what we voted to do was transfer 15, no matter what. And that wasn't a vote. And I just want to be very clear in that characterization that much of this discussion emanates from that, the contours of that discussion we had 6 months ago. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I just had a question.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Reese, I saw you turn your microphone off. I'm sorry. Did you want?
I just wanted to say I agree with you 100%. That's exactly how it went down.
I just want to just get staff's update on this. I just realized that I know it was stated that we're in our budget season already, and I know staff is already working on developing their budget items, figuring out what's necessary, what's needed, and that's happening across the entire organization for all departments. And I think to Councilmember Reese's point, you know, figuring out what it is that we're balancing up against is going to happen anyway. Noting that the budget schedule has already been set. Can someone say, I think that it's like February 10th or something is a date that came to mind. It's floating in my head. There's a couple of dates that are already coming up. There'll be, you know, these conversations will start and we'll have a context for all of this to put into perspective.
Oh, you mean to?
Madam Manager, I'm sorry.
No, I was trying to figure out what, you know, I can respond to, and the budget, the departments that we have here at the city have been working very, very hard on their budgets, and the budgets are due February 21st. So the budgets that are going to help us shape the resource needs that we have beginning in July of 2022, the departments have to submit those in February. So that is the response to your question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think just to round out the conversation so we can move forward, it's probably just along the lines of what Mayor Pro Tem Middleton is saying, is that I think we're already moving in this direction. I'm not sure what the context of the conversation is of why this 15 is the issue right now, but if our staff has not gotten everything moving and on, I guess to the point where it's ready to fire, I'm not in any rush, but I do want to make sure that if there is a need, that it is identified. I don't want to create a need. I do want to make sure that it is actually necessary and helpful in the process. I'm fine either way. You know, if you brought more information to us additionally, or in the February 21st budget deadline, I do think it creates additional work for you. And I think that's up to my colleagues if they want to do that. But I'm just following along the process. I thought the presentation was wonderful. I think that you have a plan for what gets us there with actual data, and I don't think it undermines or obstructs or any of that. I feel like that's it's kind of like problematic conversation, but anyway, I think that the context of what we're doing and why we're doing it is to create a 21st century response for our trauma needs in our community, and we're doing that. So I'm not sure what the fight is or why we're still going around in circles, but I know that whatever it is that the department needs, like Mayor Pro Tem Middleton mentioned, whatever it is that is necessary will be made available. So if it's more unarmed respondents, it'll be more unarmed respondents, more clinicians, if it's more folks on the phones, if it's whatever it is, it'll be identified and that resource will be made available. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
Councilman Freeman just said what I was going to say. I was elected to be fiscally responsible, and we have one time to get this right. And Director Smith, I don't want to overwhelm or step in your way. I want you, as the professional and expert in this work process, to present me with the decision to make. And that's the process I'm going to trust. And the reason why I keep saying fiscally responsible is because I just don't feel comfortable with just, positions have a lot, allotments have funding behind them. And I just don't want to just throw anything at you and say, now, not trying to dictate. I don't want to dictate basically how you build this program out. So I want to patiently wait until you bring forth an option for us to decide. And I don't know a lot of context behind this discussion. I'm just looking at the logic and my experience and devising budgets and having to, work with budgets in my past experience. I don't want to be reckless about it. And so I hear all of what's been said. And I think that the process itself is actually, I think is what Councilman Reese is saying, do. And I'm sure you'll let us know what you need by nature of your work. And that time is coming up. So it sounds like we're all saying the same thing, mostly anyway. So Mayor Pro Tem, I hope that we could move on soon. But that's it.
Yeah, no one hopes that more than me. Let me ask you this, so we can put a ribbon on this. Are you supporting Councilmember Reese's recommendation, or are you saying let the budget?
No, I'm saying I believe, unless I'm misunderstanding, I believe what Councilman Reese is asking for is naturally going to happen anyway in the process of Director Smith bringing this for us. What I'm saying is I don't think it's appropriate for us to dictate how Director Smith builds out this process. It's up to us to analyze once he brings the final version to us to make a decision. So
I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to interpret that as let the process go as it is.
Precisely. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to, before I finish saying what I want to say about this, I just want to thank all my colleagues for being very clear and direct about how they see the value that this department will bring to our city. I think I am, if there's anything I'm most proud of about today's meeting, we've done a lot of good work today, but hearing that unanimous consensus among this group, let's be honest, we disagree about a ton of stuff, as it's obvious. Hearing that, I hope will let Director Smith and his staff know that every member of this council has bought into the mission of your department, that we want you to succeed, and we will do whatever it takes to help you succeed. By the way, I did hear the Mayor Pro Tem say if you ask for 50 positions, he's going to vote for them. So let's get on that in the regular budget process. Let me also respectfully suggest that as someone who is, as all of us have, sat and listened to all the remarks, I don't believe a consensus exists on this council to direct staff in the manner that I suggested. And so I would respectfully ask that that particular conversation be put to the side to such time as the director decides that he does need more resources, or if the mayor ends up watching this particular discussion and has a different view, she can certainly make us aware of it. But based on what I've heard today, I don't believe there's a consensus to direct staff in the manner that I suggested, and would just ask that we accept that judgment amongst ourselves and talk about something else. Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese. I appreciate it. No one should be surprised that I would vote for the 15 of that, because that's what I said I would do in a minute. So we appreciate this discussion. And Ryan, we're going to give you leave, man, in the East, unless you just want to hang out with us a little while longer. Thank you for the excellent work on behalf of the grateful city. As an uncle with a nephew with special needs who has been approached by the police many times, this is sacred and important work you're doing. And it's going to put us in a better position as a city. So thank you so much for the work you're doing. Sorry we kept you so long, but this was greatly anticipated. So you are excused, my friend.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, members of council. And I appreciate all the support. We look forward to coming back soon.
And colleagues, thank you so much for this discussion. Probably one of the most important things facing us as a city. I respect you all and grateful to be in your company, be able to have conversations the way we do. I think that's all in terms of the scheduled matters. There is one other matter, and hopefully we can dispose of that quickly. And I'm Councilmember Johnson, you had wanted to discuss briefly some meeting times for the subcommittee of counselors with respect to the housing proposals brought to NIS. And if you'd like to lead that part of the discussion, kind of caucus with colleagues to see a time that works for you, I'll be quiet and let you do that.
Sure, thank you. So can folks remind me who's on that committee? Is it me, Deidreana, Javier, and Leo? Okay. So since next week is a fifth Monday, we've got, there's some flexibility in my schedule, at least since we don't have council meetings. Are folks free like Thursday morning?
Next Thursday?
I'm sorry.
Or the Thursday after?
Real quick. Right, sorry, Thursday after. I know fifth Mondays are always good weeks for me. They might not be good weeks for y'all, but just let me know.
I'm open if you're making breakfast.
Pancakes.
I'm down.
That does not work for me.
Okay. What about Tuesday, the 1st of February?
Tuesday the 1st is fine.
Anytime?
First day of Black History Month. I imagine there'll be lots of events, but I can make it work.
That's true.
There is, what time are we saying again?
What about the 1st at 2 in the afternoon? And the clerk could just notice it.
Can we say 3 and I'll be good?
I can make 3 work. I know Javier, we have our prep call that morning for MPO, but.
Oh, I think I have it on the following. Hold on.
Yeah.
I thought it would be the 7th because the MPO meeting's the 9th, but maybe I'm wrong.
I have February 1st at 10:30. Oh, no, that's my orientation, so.
Okay, I was like, I have it on the 7th, so I messed something up. I can do that. Sorry, I've got to go back to the week before. The first Tuesday, I can do 2 or 3, either way. I'd like to be done by, I think I have to take a kid to something that evening, but it's not till later.
I would have to do 3, and
Okay.
I promise that we'll keep it short this time.
1 hour.
So 3 to 4 on the 1st?
3 to 4, February 1st, Madam
Zoom?
Clerk. Yeah, we'll need a Zoom link.
Okay, I'll send it out.
Thank you.
And you'll put that on the calendar, Madam Clerk, is that?
Yes, it's going on the weekly calendar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Are we done with that? Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for quarterbacking that for us. Madam Manager, I believe we're ready to settle the agenda. Is that right? Yeah, I think we've covered everything, so I believe we're ready to settle the agenda.
I'm ready. For your agenda, I have for consent items 1 and 2, and items 4 through 8 for consent. Item 3 on GBA, and items 11 through 13 are GBA public hearings.
All right. Move to settle the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Third.
I heard, I believe, Councilmember Reese make the motion, and was that Councilmember Johnson or Williams second?
Caballero.
I'm sorry, it's either one. Y'all look alike. Councilmember Caballero on the second. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reese,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Thank you.
The motion carries unanimously. Friends, that's all the business before us. Thank you for really great work today, for a great work session. Councilmember Reese, go ahead.
I see some of y'all ain't at home. Please get there soon and be careful. I'd like to see y'all at the next meeting.
Thank you for that, friend. I'm going to get out of here right now. It is